Good morning, everyone. My name is Amagosa Precious, Communications Officer representing Abia State. The success story of Abia goes this way. World Bank admits Abia into SURWASH to boost access water. The long wait for sustainable water and sanitation solution in Abia State has taken a major step forward as Abia State officially joins the World Bank's SURWASH program. On Thursday, 25th June 2026, Abia State was officially onboarded into the SURWASH, into the Sustainable Urban and Rural Water Supply, Sanitation and Hygiene SURWASH, a World Bank supported initiative aimed at expanding access to clean water and improved hygiene across Nigeria. The official stakeholder engagement meeting held at Sun Heaven Hotel, Uzakoli Road, Umahia, marked the commencement of Abia's participation after the state successfully met all admission requirements. Officials from the Federal Ministry of Water Resources and Sanitation were on, were on ground to outline the program's obligation and expectation. The stakeholders engagement meeting aimed to officially onboard Abia State into SureWash, align all partners, address wash challenges, and set plans to deliver clean water and sanitation for citizens from 2026 to 2029. Abia is one of 7 states selected for phase 2 of the Nigerian Sustainable Urban and Rural Water Supply, Sanitation and Hygiene NG SureWash program. For years, Abia's water sanitation sector had major gaps, as officials put in during the meeting. Before SureWash, we didn't have good documentation, adequate monitoring and evaluation, and our water supply and urban sanitation services were poor. Poor data made planning hard. Urban sewage was leaked. Clinics and health centers lacked safe water and toilets. Open defecation was still common in some areas. SureWash is set to change that. The program focuses on results. They explain the SureWash is set to say that the program focuses on results. Oh, it was a working season, not just a meeting. Two key points was out on it. Two key, two key wins came out of it. New skills. Abia SureWash team was trained to use the performance compliance team to PCT. They can now set baselines and upload work plans directly. Clear roadmap. Officers now understand the benefits to be gained in the SureWash program for results B4R by working hard and smart to complete activities, prepare documentations, and setting up of offices as aligned with WASH sector management. The team will also advise on strengthening institutions, including upgrading WASH units to full departments for better management. Honorable Engineer Monday Ikechukwu thanked SureWash National Coordinator Engineer Abdulhamid Gwaram. He pledged that the Governor Alex Oti administration will do everything possible to ensure Abia delivers and benefits fully. The Federal Project Coordinating Unit FPCU team congratulated Abia for qualifying after nearly 3 years of test and evaluation. With SureWash, the states will begin to see real changes like improved wash in schools and health centers. That means safe water, toilet, and hygiene facilities for pupils, patients, and staff, better documentation, and adequate monitoring and evaluation of wash activities. Data will data will guide planning and show what is working. Stronger urban and rural sanitation, including sustainable portable water supply. This includes work on sewage and waste management. Progress towards open defecation-free status through community program and new facilities. Energy will also be cleaner. The state plans to use solar power for water facilities to cut costs and avoid diesel. Work has already started. Abia has plans for water schemes in all three senatorial districts. The CKC water scheme and Aba is nearing completion. The SURWASH onboarding is more than a program launch. It is a chance for Abia to close this long-standing gap in water and sanitation that has affected health, learning, and productivity. With result-based funding and closer monitoring, the partnership can deliver safe water to communities, better toilets in school and health centers, and stronger institutions to sustain them. For residents of Abians, the success of SURWASH will mean fewer waterborne diseases, cleaner environments, and stronger foundations for growth to 2029. Yeah, this is my conclusion. Thank you.
Okay. No, you can go. Out. Ray out. What did okay.
To conjure and work on the last visitation to work on it. It's still a process to work on.
Okay. So one of the things I will mention is that we talked about length yesterday. And your 200 to 300 words is including of your headline. It was, how long is it? How many, what's your word count? Check the bottom of your Word document. That what you read is more than complete. So what we're saying is that you want to keep it as brief as possible. For example, she repeated a lot of things, what it means for Abia, what it means for Abia, what it means for Abia. She repeated a lot of things. You want to just hit the nail on the head once and just go straight to that particular point. Because sometimes it just feels like you are trying to fill space or you are trying to fill time. That's not the point. The point is that SURWASH is coming to state. This is what it means for the people, and this is what has been done. Finish. Right? So you want to be as brief as possible. And then that's why you see in the ranges for the word count we did yesterday, we would say 20 to 30 words. Try to err on the side of keeping it to 20 to 30 words. On the other side that has 20. Because what happens is that when you begin to over-explain, you might lose your audience, right? Headline was okay. There was no hook. There was no strong hook. And there was no, she talked about the people of Abia in general, but there was no central human story. So I'll give you an example. One of the trainings we had for NNPC on the subject of gas coming to the north. The first point that was illustrated was that for domestic use, people who cook with gas in the house. So the man easily just said that for every mother living in the north that cooks with gas, once you can get piped natural gas to you, the gas you would buy before for 18,000 naira will now be 6,000. So immediately, once you hear that price reduction, so you need a strong hook. You need something that can capture people's audience. Because now you are going to finish reading the story because you want to know when the pipeline will be completed. You want to know how it will be connected to your house and everything. So let's have one of the older states. If so, come. We said Delta. Okay, Delta. Please, let's keep it short.
My name is Patrick Omagwimi from Delta State, Towasa. Umutu gets clean water as SURWASH ends years of scarcity by Patrick Omagwimi. Obriaroko, residents of Umutu community in Ukwani local government area of Delta State now have access to clean water after years of hardship, following the 2024 intervention by the Delta State SURWASH program. For years, Umutu community depended on hand-dug wells, rainwater, and expensive water vendors. Most boreholes had been broken down, forcing women and children to trek long distances daily to get water. We suffered during dry season. One drum of water was 1,500 from tankers, said Mr. Sunday Okole, a farmer. Teachers also said poor water supply affected hygiene at Umutu Primary School. In 2024, SURWASH listed Umutu among priority rural communities under the World Bank assisted program. The intervention included drilling 3 new solar-powered boreholes, installing 2 elevated tanks with distribution lines to over 50 households, and providing hand washing facilities at the school and health center. A 9-member WashCom was also inaugurated to manage the facility. The GM's Towasa, Mr. Paul Okonkwo, said the project was designed for sustainability with solar power running costs are now low, so the system can survive Umutu for years, he stated. Months later, residents say the impact is clear. Water is now available daily within the community and costs have dropped. We thank Governor Sheriff Oboriwori and SURWASH. Our women no longer trek far to get water. Our children are healthier, said Chief Chidi Nwabuke, President General of Umutu Community. Health workers reported fewer cases of diarrhea and skin infections since the borehole became functional. Umutu was one of the over 100 rural communities that benefited from SURWASH water projects in Delta State in 2024. For us in Umutu, water was war, now water is peace, said Mrs. Ngozi, a trader.
And the first one. Wait, sir. Okay. Yeah, this is more of a story. The first one was more of a report. Organized. Okay. What else?
Character, the human arm wasn't direct.
Testimony.
And you will want to read the story to the end. So that's another.
And he emphasized on the impact of the program. However, I want you to read your first paragraph again.
Residents of Umutu community in Ukwane local government area of Delta State now have access to clean water after years of hardship, following a 2024 intervention by the Delta State SURWASH program.
So, if anybody was to change anything in this opening, what would you change?
Hardship.
Thank you very much. I was hoping that somebody will spot it. Yes, so we'll take more stories later. Let's just move to the next item on our agenda. So we'll take more of this. Yeah.
The clinic reports low cases of cholera,
Yes,
or something. So is there a data in that statement? Are we supposed to support it with, because we're talking about evidence? Is there something that is supposed to show for it?
Okay.
Because I had that same this thing with my, when I got hooked there with mine too.
Okay, say for example, you meet with the head matron or whoever is in charge, and they tell you that in the last month we had 50,000 outbreak of cholera, and since this SURWASH program came, we only have 6 who have cholera. From that numbers that you have from the hospital record, and do the math for percentage of reduction. And you can quote her, yes. Yes.
Like she said, on data, let's assume that you carried out a baseline. When doing this type of story, can you add that baseline?
If you are sure of the results of that baseline, why not? You can also cite it there that following our survey, this was the result.
Thank you.
Any other question before we move on? Okay, we'll take more stories later. Okay.
Where we reported adverse drug reaction due to the intake of sulfadazine parametamine. And we quoted where we got the information from. Unfortunately for us, it's a big deal. So the NAFDAC people did a follow-up and found out that it wasn't an EDR. And unfortunately, we couldn't have any concrete evidence that this is who said this. And then there was denial, and then there was back and forth. So some of these cases are actually very serious. So I just want you to still talk more on the evidence.
Okay. One of the things we talked about yesterday is verified evidence. Verified evidence. For example, our own case is different. We said just now when we're saying that the matron was the one who said it. So it's not as if the data is in a report. It's the matron who said it. So she will be aware. This is another reason why we do consent form. That what she said is going into the report. So the matron, Mrs. Ngozi Okorofo, head matron, Umunede of clinic, said the hospital now records this. Then after you close quote, you cannot say, following about 49% reduction in cholera outbreak in Umunede. Do you get? So if the person is sick, that's why consent forms are important. In some cases, what we even do, when we know it is very, very sensitive, you know what we do? As we are talking to the person, telling that, we're going to write the story later, so we don't misquote the record. They still give they will also sign in the consent form, giving you permission to record. It's just all of these things we are saying are compliant processes. We have to ensure that we do our due diligence in collecting data, especially, like you said, sensitive data when it comes to these things. You get? So if it's not a World Bank report that has been published, it's on their website. Now we are doing digital print. When you write, something they will show you guys today, when you write World Bank there, according to the World Bank Water Supply Report 2026, 500 Nigerians do not have access to clean water. That place where you wrote World Bank, you will just highlight the World Bank, press on your laptop, Control K, right? You will see something will pop up on the screen. Try it on your laptop, not even on Word. Just highlight a word, press Control K. Something will pop up there. You will go to that World Bank report on their website, copy the link, and paste it in that place that pop up. So when it is published on the website, anybody that need that reference, once they just see that World Bank, it will be highlighted in blue. As they click it, it will take them to that report. It's not on you, it's on the report. Just highlight a word in your Word document and press Control K. You will see it. Something will pop up. So when you go on the World Bank website now, you copy the link, you paste it here, and add it. So anybody that now wants access to the report, we just click that, and it will take them straight to that report. But you must have verifiable evidence. That's the point. So any other question? Thank you, guys. Let's take our next session. Then we'll come back, take more reports after we go through our work.
Thank you, Abia and Delta, for that presentation. It shows that all what we did yesterday, we're not just talking, we were putting it into action. And so this moment, we want to welcome our first presenter. She's a staff of the World Bank. She's going to talk to us about on strategic communications and stakeholder engagement. You know, we've done some work on strategic communication where we had our some publications, but she will take us through why strategic communication matters, creating a communication strategy that works. Her name is Mrs. Miriam Losh da Silva. She's in our midst. Can we give her a round of applause, please, as she comes out to take her presentation? Okay. Okay. So while we are waiting for her to do that, we can still continue with what we found credible and what we found not on the two presentations that we've taken. Do we have any contributions towards that? Do we have? You know, at times when we go out as communication officers to interview people, please don't hide your phone and be recording. Don't hide your phone and record, or don't hide the recorder somewhere and record people. Get their consent. Tell them, sir, please, I want to talk to you on a particular subject matter, and can I be permitted to record your voice? And you bring out your phone and keep it openly. Let him see that you're recording. So that whatever you capture after that incident, he will not deny that he was not aware that you were recording him. Because especially when we talk about wash hygiene, washing, water supply, wash sanitation, there are very critical subject matters that a lot of people don't want to take ownership. You can attest with me that, or be in agreement with me that most of our MDs will not want to talk because they know the kind of things they are doing. They wouldn't want to talk about what is happening within their corporations or their water board. And so we need to be very careful when we are doing such reporting, get them to consent to it. So when you quote them, they won't deny you. Because you'll feel really terrible when you're denied over an incident that you know it is the truth. You feel bad, and that can kill your morale when it comes to working, you know, to your work. You might not want to talk about it again. That's where you see communication officers just say, whatever they want to do, let them continue to do. That shouldn't be the case. So, and because if we don't talk about what we are doing at the state level, somebody will talk about it on our behalf. So let me give the mic to our CJ here.
Sorry, good morning. While Miriam is trying to set up, I want to know if there's somebody who believes the title of what they've written so far should be awarded something. Like if you believe the title of the story you've written throughout this workshop, during the course of this workshop, is headline worthy, newsworthy. Yeah. Your headline. You believe it? Let's hear it. Let's hear it. You don't believe in it. You're believing. If you are proud of your own, come on, let's hear. It's battle of the headlines.
My name is Patrick Omagumi from Delta State SURWASH. The title of mine is Umutu Gets Clean Water as SURWASH Ends Years of Scarcity.
My name is Odunbako Polua. I'm from Ogun State. I have like 5 years. Edia Ogun, saw what touches life. Transforming life in Ogun State, saw wash safe water. Sanitizing Ogun State, saw wash magic touch. Safe water.
Your best.
Sanitizing Ogun State, saw wash magic touch.
The SURWASH magic touch.
My own headline carries the achievements recorded so far since inception of NG SURWASH in Katsina State. That is from 2023. So it goes like this: SURWASH program, column, transforming lives in Katsina. That is the headline. Okay.
My headline. My headline says NG SURWASH improves wash facilities in health institution.
Yes, my own headline.
Okay.
Okay. Mine is SURWASH and Benue State, building a brighter future together.
Okay. Mine goes like this: Benue citizens to experience improved access to safe water, sanitation, and hygiene through shower.
Okay. I'm looking for special like that. When you hear,
Okay.
instead they are bad, they are really good. Maybe, but wait, sorry, take back. Come back.
From challenge to change, the local residents vow to end open defecation. From challenge to change, the local residents vow to end open defecation.
Good morning, everyone. Oyerinde today is my name from Ekiti State. SURWASH promotes the stability inclusion in watch service delivery.
Okay, from here, good morning, everyone. Are we together? How Nigerians Okay, let's look at this. How Nigerian sanitation drive is transforming communities.
Wrong. Sorry.
To achieve community blazes over SURWASH intervention.
Again?
To achieve community blazes over SURWASH intervention.
To achieve community
Yes.
blazes. I don't get. To achieve community blazes over SURWASH. Was there fire? Okay, sorry. Over SURWASH intervention. Yeah.
Good morning. My name is Hawa Abubakar from Gombe State. My own is my community. Gadam leads the way. Community cleanup showcases SURWASH impact.
I'm going to say something like next time. I experienced water I've ever had. Yes. Something like a dog out of the box. Somebody else. Somebody take a snap the fountain.
I have another try. Aduke community from grass to grace, SURWASH in Ogun State.
Anybody else want to try? Okay. So go back to all our thing, our headlines again. Let's
Powered by the sun, SURWASH support people solar lights.
I like powered by the sun. I like powered by. Instead of saying solar panels installed in the new power station built powered by the sun is a good headline.
The long walk for water could be getting shorter in Taraba.
Okay? Could be getting shorter still.
My name is Hassan Mohammed from Bauchi State. My own is SURWASH support mission to Bauchi State.
That's right. Normal. In fact, that's something that right in the mouth officially.
Okay. My name is Rahab Tani from Plateau State. Sorry. From water carriers to decision makers, how SURWASH is empowering women in Plateau. From water carriers to decision makers, how SURWASH is empowering women in Plateau.
Okay. Okay, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Okay. This is what I have. Dirty water, real danger. The disease hiding in your cup, exposed by SURWASH.
Because ultimately,
I have a review caption. Water was war, night is peace. Move to celebrate.
people are somehow. That's all I can tell you. So I had to sharp.
Yes, it's working. Good morning, SURWASH family. My name is Mariam Laushi da Silva. My name is Mariam Laushi da Silva. I work in communication and stakeholder engagement at the World Bank Group here in Abuja. So I'm going to walk you through strategic communication. And I want us to talk to each other. How long do I have? Oh, that's very short. Okay, I'll try to be quick, but I want us to interact through the session. I don't want to stand behind the podium and I don't want to just talk to myself. I want us to develop this knowledge and this conversation together. Strategic communication. What do we understand by strategy? What do we understand by strategy? Does anybody want to share?
I understand by strategic communication is okay. Strategy, from my understanding, is a process that involves planning, sustainability, and making an impact. So when you have strategy before you do something, you get a positive result.
Okay, so let me give you an example, right? If I want something from my husband, I know him very well, and I won't just come and say, Oga, please, I need 100K in my accounts today, right? Maybe I'll start planning 3 days in advance if I want it, right? I'll say, okay, he likes egusi soup. So I will make sure that day there's egusi soup waiting, right? Why? Because it will put him in a good mood. He's eating what he likes to eat, right? All right. Then maybe he gets tired during the day and he wants to be able to sleep, but sometimes we have a small baby now. He's very tiny, he's 10 months old, and he disrupts our sleep a lot, right? But my husband likes his sleep. So if he's going to sleep, if I know that I'm asking for something in 3 days, the next 3 nights, I will carry the baby and allow him to sleep so that by the 3rd day he has slept, he would have eaten his egusi, he would have, in fact, I will wear his favorite dress, right? And I know the right time to ask him that question. I will not ask him in the middle of the afternoon when he's fighting with somebody on the phone. Delivery guy, where are you now? Come. I will wait, right? Evening, he's calm. He has slept. He has eaten his egusi. So by the time I ask my question, Oga, please, I have a need, and I'm not going to just come out and say it direct. I will say, I have a need. This thing that I want to, there's this concern here and there, and I'll be really happy if you can help me, dash, dash, dash. So now I've taken a few strategic steps to get what I want from my husband. So all of us know it, it's not just in work. All of us know it, we do it in our day-to-day. We think about it. Sometimes it's in different places, even you're at work. Some people are very strategic. You notice somebody is the Oga's friend. In the morning, they have to go and greet Oga first before everybody else. It's strategic. It will make you liked in that office. So these are the things that we participate in. And so we want to put that lens on communication today. So when we are going to communicate, how are we strategic about it to make sure that we are getting the message across to the right people to get them to do what we want them to do, right? So we're going to build trust, we're going to drive behavior change, and we're going to help to deliver results through our strategic communication. Next slide. Why does communication matter? Policies succeed when citizens understand, trust, and act, right? So we're not just going to do things. Once we communicate with them, with the audience, the public, the people in the communities, it helps them to understand you, to trust what you're saying, and also take action on what you need. So it's not just publicity, it's part of the implementation process when we do our communication. Next slide. Right, so I gave you guys examples, but now we're going to talk about this. There are specific words for all of this, right? So the right message. So we call this the key messages. What is the core of what you're trying to say to your community? What do I want to tell people? So your key message should not be 1 page or 2 pages. It should be 2-3 sentences of this is what I'm trying to say directly to this person. And I want them to remember this part. If they don't remember anything else, let them remember this key message. So the right message matters when you are doing your strategic communication. Just like we said, I have what I want to ask, but I don't ask it directly. I have what I want to ask, and there's a nice way I package it for my husband to make sure that he understands what I'm saying and he's willing to give me what I'm asking for. The right audience. Okay, if I want 100K now for my husband, he's the one that's going to give it to me. Will I go and tell my mother? No. Will I go and tell my father? No. Even if they are going to give me, it's not the right audience. So this is called a target group, right? We have a primary and a secondary, especially with strategic communication. So your right audience is who is the exact person that I'm talking to? And this matters. The reason this matters is that, for example, if I want to talk to someone, right? And in that community, maybe they only speak Pidgin English. They don't really understand English. They don't understand any other native language. It's Pidgin that they speak. So if I'm reaching out to those people and I know that this is my audience, I know them very, very well, I have to make sure that it's in the language that you understand, right? So I have to pick my target and I have to understand who that target is. What do they like? What don't they like? How do they like to be spoken to? And this determines how I communicate my message to them. So the key message, how do I present it to them? So I have to make sure I know that target audience very, very well. This is something that politicians do a lot. For example, during campaign season, they go to certain places and some of them start doing prayer. They are not religious, so, but they start doing prayer. Why? The people in that community, they are very religious. They understand their target audience. So you need to understand who is my target audience? What do they like? How do I talk to them? You have to do an analysis. These are just highlights. But if you are doing it, you have to do a proper analysis to say, who is my target? What do they like? In fact, what do they eat? What TV channel do they watch? What radio station do they listen to? Do they use social media? Do they use WhatsApp? Those are the things that you use to guide you to determine where you talk to them and how you talk to them, right? The right channel. So now we're talking about the communication channel, radio, TV, billboard, poster, WhatsApp, different ways. So that your target audience that you got to know, maybe they watch NTA. Maybe there's a particular road they always pass. So if you put your poster and your billboard on that road that they pass, they will see it and they will know that, okay, this person said this and this. They will not miss it. If you put it by their favorite show, maybe in the evening, there's a show that they watch. After that show, something about SURWASH comes up. It helps them to see it and to remember what you said. So you have to pick the right channel. Some people, they don't have, for example, somebody will say, okay, let's do social media, for example. Let's open Twitter account. But if your target audience does not use Twitter, why are you on? So you're wasting your effort because your target audience is not going to see what you're talking about. So you need to make sure you pick the right channel to ensure that your audience gets your message at the right time. Okay, so it's the same thing. If I do have a campaign coming up, right? So you do it in the time frame of that campaign of what you're promoting. You don't do it at a different time. Your messaging, if you are putting it on radio now, do they listen to radio in the morning? So I'll give you an example. People want to, there was a show I used to listen to every morning on my way to school. Oga Driver. Who knows Oga Driver? Nobody knows. Okay. Okay. A few people do. Okay. Who knows this guy? Hey, oh lo lo lo. Uh-huh. Yes. So when you are listening to his show, there is also a particular time that his show comes on or his radio station. And we know that a lot of us actually, people who listen to the radio, people who live in communities, people who wake up early just to turn it on, maybe they listen to that guy, they are interested in what he says. So how do we communicate with those people that like listening to Human Rights Radio, we put our advert during their show. We put our advert after their show or our jingle after their show, right? And even, to be honest with you, even the the message you are putting, right? You need to be a little bit creative. We just talked about the titles of our articles and our stories, right? We have to enjoy our creativity. We have to try to see, how do I make this sound more interesting? So for example, um, we did this community program, and instead of putting adverts on the radio, we did a drama that people will listen to, and people were able to relate a lot more. We had real life experiences of people. So if you listen to it, you can relate that, okay, this story, it makes sense. Because to be honest, a lot of us Nigerians, we like gist. That's why the gossip blogs are so successful. We like gist. So if you package it like a radio show, it might be more interesting than listening to it on the news or listening to it during a jingle. So we have to be a bit creative about how we go about those things. And then all of this, we put them together, should be able to bring out a good outcome, the right outcome, what we want from those people. How do we get them to act? All of these factor in to making sure we get the outcome that we want as communication professionals. Next slide. Okay, the power of storytelling. People remember stories more than statistics, right? Connect the policy to human impact. Just like I said, a story is probably going to stand out more. But the truth is, now there are so many stories. Every NGO, every project has their own stories, which means that you have to work a little bit harder for your own story to stand out. How do you make your story interesting? Sometimes your story is in 1 minute video. It's not always that you do an article, you write a blog story, or you write a written story. Sometimes that may not be very interesting. Sometimes that may not capture the person. Sometimes a 1 minute video is enough to make sure that you have told an interesting story. Which story do I? Yeah, basically. So in the same way that I've told you this morning, I don't want to bombard you with just the technical words, but I gave you a practical example of, in my own life, what I do to get what I want from my husband. That is storytelling. I'll give you an example. I had to do a presentation to little children. I used to work at Save the Children, and I had to do a presentation to little children. They were all GS1 to 3. So I couldn't come and be doing all this one. You see this plain background and I'm talking. I couldn't do it. I was teaching them, how do you write a speech? So what I did was how to make a pancake. That was the name of my presentation. And so we started talking. How many of you know how to cook? Some people say they cook. Some people say they don't know how to cook. Okay, if you want to make pancake now, what's the first step you do? Somebody said, oh, we get all the ingredients, right? So I now linked it. So the ingredients of your pancake, you need flour, you need egg, you need milk. Those are the things, whatever else, maybe vanilla flavor, whatever. So if you are making your speech in the same way, what and what do you need to put in your speech? Introduction, key message, conclusion, strong points, maybe data points. So these are some of the things. If I'm talking to children now, I'm not going to tell them, okay, to write a speech, do introduction, do this. I had to talk to them in something that they can connect to and have fun with. So how do you make a pancake? And that was what we used to actually, I used to deliver the whole discussion. And trust me, because I've done it that way, they'll remember what I said, because people probably will not present it to them in that way. They'll remember what I said and they will connect it always. Even when they are making pancake, they'll remember, oh, there's this lady that taught us how to do speech and this, so it's the same way you treat your audience. You have to make sure that you find something that they can relate with and connect to, and you tell a story so that you're not just giving statistics and numbers and all of those technical things that we are used to. All right, next slide. Okay, so we talked about stories, right? So I know that storytelling is like a key part of this discussion. Typically in a story, we talk about the challenge, what was happening before, what was the situation, the difficulties that people in that community faced. So which action was taken by either SURWASH, community members, which action was taken? So after that action was taken, what was the result? Did it address that challenge? You have to make sure your result addresses the challenge you mentioned at first. And then how does it benefit that community, those children? And you know, when you're talking about community, you don't just say, oh, community. You talk about the children, you talk about the mothers, you talk about the people who work. Those are the people that make it worth what we are doing, right? Not long ago, I don't know if you guys heard this, a commissioner in Katsina State yesterday, her son died from stomach ache. He was throwing up, vomiting, taken to the hospital. He died in hospital, right? And this is a commissioner. So it's a very real situation for a lot of families. This is Nigeria. That's why some people, they say they don't want to vaccinate their children. I'm afraid, because there are actually vaccinations that kind of help with all of these things, right? But it's a reality for so many people at any level in this country. The kind of water we have is really, really important. Access to water is really, really important. And it could be the difference between life and death. So we want to talk about the benefits of all the activities that SURWASH is doing, how it benefits children, how it prevents death. Sometimes you can look at, okay, 10 years ago or 5 years ago, sometimes your story might not even be immediate. If you do this work today, there's no result yet. Sometimes you have to wait a year, 2 years, 3 years. Then you come back to that community and you say, 4 years ago, before we did this is what was happening. Then we did this, and this is the benefit for the people in that community at this time, right? So that's how you structure your story. Next slide. Okay, this is just an example. So I use primary health care. Instead of budget figures, tell the story of a mother accessing improved care. Next slide. Agricultural support, show how a farmer increased income through government support programs. And that income that increased, how did he use it to take care of his family, to support his community? Did he hire more people to work with him in the farm? Can he pay school fees now? All of those things that all of us can relate to: school fees, food, jobs, extra income to make sure that we're comfortable, there's food in the house. You know, those are the things that we before it comes back up. Okay, it's back up. All right, next slide. Okay, so we looked at channels that would be easy for a government worker to use, right, or advisable. So town halls, radio, community leaders, WhatsApp, social media, TV, field visits. This depends on the community you are working with. You have to be specific about what their needs are. Sometimes it's community leader could be a traditional ruler, it could be an activist that they all like, it could be a religious leader. So you have to really look at this. It's not just using it, but what's effective, what's the best way, you know, to which channel is most helpful to you to reach your audience and to engage with them accurately. Next slide. Okay, and we also sometimes have communication crisis, right? Sometimes, I'll give you an example. I was working on some advocacy work with some children, and we're encouraging the children to speak up for themselves. We had youth ambassadors, teenagers, girls, boys, all of that. Then one day, um, somebody in the team wrote a speech for one of the girls, and they actually didn't put it through communication. The girl went and she said, in my state, they marry off young girls, this. And she said it where the government heard, high level government people in the state heard it. So what now happened? They said to the organization, we are going to send you out of the state. You have to write an apology letter. Serious issues started. And you know how it is. If somebody in government says they don't want you or so, you know how it can be. It can be very problematic. And you need to be ready to manage such situations. Sometimes people will just do it however they like, and then they'll come back to you when it's late and you have to quench the fire. So how do you do those things? Sometimes you have to determine, right? Which information, how do we respond to this? So in a situation like that, you don't put out a press release to answer, right? You need to talk to your target in this situation, which is the government in that state. You have to acknowledge their concerns. Yes, we understand what you feel, this and this. You provide the facts. If you have reports, documents, research, those are the things that you now use in times of crisis to cover yourself, right? You take action in terms of making sure that in the future you manage the kind of speeches that go out, and you maintain consistency by not changing your story. If you are trying to get out of trouble and you say one thing today, you cannot say the opposite tomorrow, because obviously people will know that you are not a truthful person, you are just looking for a way out. So you have to make sure that you're consistent with your messaging, and in that way you prevent future issues from arising. Do we have another slide, or is that the last one? Okay. Yes. So this is earlier I said write message, write audience, write, so these are the list. If you are preparing a communication strategy now, you bring out your document. These things should be there. You should have a key message. You should have an objective. What's the goal? What's my goal? In this, my communication strategy, what's my goal? So is that goal that now you use to bring out all the different aspects? What's your goal? Your goal determines your strategy. Your audience determines your strategy. Your message is a core of your strategy. The story you tell. So the story is not just about what's written, but what's the entire story? If I'm doing a billboard, I'm doing a radio show, I'm doing a WhatsApp message, what's the entire story saying? Not that I do one here, I forget it, do another one. Everything needs to be connected. So you have to have a story in how you administer your communication strategy. Some people may need a spokesperson. Sometimes that's effective. You need to know what's your channel of communication. Like we listed all the different channels. And then you have to determine, is my communication effective? And that's the measurement side. So as you prepare your communication strategy, you have to ask yourself, how do I know if I've been successful in putting out my message? Some people do surveys. Some people see results in the community. So it's just up to you. Some people ask questions. So it's kind of up to you to determine how can you be sure that your communication strategy has been effective. I'll give you an example. Is that the last slide? Okay, so I'll give you an example. Kaduna State government one time, they had this serious issue. They were promoting health, right? And they wanted people in the state to subscribe to their insurance program. And they did everything. They did communication strategy. They did a billboard, and they put so many billboards all over the town. But people were still not signing up, right? And they were wondering, like, okay, what's the issue? They asked me, like, Mariam, what's the issue? How come we've done all of these things and we're still not seeing the result that we want? And the major investment they made were into those billboards, right? it might not be so effective. You have to think more around other things. And those billboards, for example, there's something called a focus group. If you are putting out a billboard, you can't just put it out. Sometimes you have to ask people, do you know people in that community? You get one or two of them. Who is your target? What's their age? You get people around that age and you show it to them. Maybe you invite them, give them something to eat, and you show it to them and you say, okay, what do you think? Is it saying the message? Sometimes we create all these billboards and messages and stories and adverts and radio shows, and it's still not talking to our audience because we did it from our own mental state, our own intelligence. Sometimes they can't even understand what we're saying. So it's really good to be able to get feedback, to ask, what do you think about this? Did you get the message? Sometimes the message is not even there because you, as a person who knows it all, you are not really thinking of what's the simplest way to introduce this thing to these people. You kind of have big ideas, and maybe big ideas are too much for them. So sometimes that's helpful if you're able to get people to give you feedback, people that you are trying to target, or not just anybody. Those people you are trying to target, get one or two, let them give you feedback. So that's the end of the presentation. Any questions or comments? All right. I don't see any hands to ask any questions or make any comments. So I think that's it. Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
So can we give another round of applause? I think she has done justice to the strategy that we keep saying we have in place. You know, before we started this program, we developed stakeholder engagement plan. We did a strategy and all of that. And so we just felt that it is necessary because of the new states that are coming on board for her to take us through this simplified method of developing your strategy. You know, because at times your bosses might say, this is what they want to do. Go and visit a community. We are going to visit Ogoja community. There is a king there. There are smaller chiefs. There are so many people stakeholders that we will need to be able to get to them before that visit will be fruitful. But because we are afraid of our bosses, we won't advise, we just keep quiet and follow them. And then when you get there, because there was no proper plan, there was no proper strategy in place, you fail. You might go there and meet just the king, and the other chiefs will say, we had an experience, we went to Kaduna, Afion. We went to visit the emir, and we were in his palace. And all of a sudden, the person who is supposed to be like his champion or chief head man that we were supposed to consult before we see the emir, we did not, because nobody told us that that's how the process, the approach is. We just went back. We were right in there. They shoved us one side and we're attending to other people that had already passed through the right source and gotten their plans right. We were waiting by the corner until they finished with all those people before they called us. And it was so brief because, one, we didn't inform the right person of our visit, the purpose of that visit. So the emir did not have enough information or knowledge about our coming. And that's a strategy. We failed in our strategy. We failed in our plan because we did not follow the right approaches. And so that's all what has been simplified for us. Whatever we want to do, we need to follow the right plan, the right approaches, ask questions. If I want to see Mr. Okpara, how do I get to him? If I want to see the minister, I need to pass through the SA. Is what I'm going to see the minister on. Is it about a technical issue? I need to pass through the SA technical. If it is about administrative issue, I need to pass through the SA admin. If it is about media relations, I need to pass through the SA media to be able to inform them adequately on why my visit or the purpose of my visit. So that when I finally meet the minister, he should be able to have information about my visit and also contribute rightly. I'm sure nobody will say you've not had that experience where you meet with a boss. You're expecting him to talk in line with what you want. And he's telling you another thing because he wasn't informed. And at that point, you don't blame him because he did not get the right information. So this topic Mariam just helped us treat is something she just broke it down to the barest level that anybody can understand. We've talked about when you want to visit, like you're coming to my community. Even the oldest person that is over 200 years speaks pidgin, broken, serious one. And then you come and start speaking Queen's English. He go tell you, say, my pikin, abeg, wetin you dey talk? Come down, make I hear wetin you say you want. So now you come down to her level and then the communication will flow. That was all that Marian has told us this morning. So we need to first identify our audience. When we identify them, we map them. When you map, even after the mapping, you still need to disaggregate them into levels of into their level so that you'll be able to communicate to them. One message will not fit all. One message can't fit all our audience. So that's all we are looking at this morning. And Miriam, I want to once again say thank you for giving us this knowledge. Thank you too for agreeing to come. Thank you. So I want to invite Mr. CJ again and Innocent to take us through our presentations again for some time, because we will be having a presentation from another facilitator from Brazil, but their time as of when we gave him will be 7 a.m., which will be our 11:15. So we are taking his presentation by 11:15. So we need to do some reviews again while we are looking for 11:15, waiting for 11:15. Thank you so much. And I'm sure you've all asked AI to help you, give you a good digital readership title. Don't come and tell me Ogoja is in the map of Nigeria. And that's why Ogoja has palm oil. Ha! Nobody will read that story.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Today, one of the core things for this program that we keep talking about is the sustainability of the program. And me and Mr. CJ will just go back and forth on talking about one of the most important tools that we need when we're thinking of the sustainability of this program. So sustainability now is not talking about sustaining communication for the program till the program ends, or like the program operations end. It's talking about sustainability of the program beyond the program timeline. So one of the tools, which is what has been brought to our attention for the development of this, our blog site. But one of the other tools that will be very powerful and important as a next step following this session today will be our social media platforms. Before the slides come up, Mr. CJ will also talk to us about some of the need for why we must be on this platform and I will share some data with us on the best platform that we can be on, as well as what we should be promoting on each of those platforms when it comes to this program.
I'm sure you think I'm bringing up one very interesting thing. I'm just reading social media. So let me drop this thing. Sorry. I was just checking my social media. And that brings me to why we're talking about social media. She's checking social media. She's checking social media. Everybody is checking social media, even if it's WhatsApp. WhatsApp is social media. So at every point in the, okay, I've closed my social media. At every point in the course of these 2 days, you have checked social media. Whether you check Facebook or don't worry, nobody's punishing you. Whether you check Facebook or you check Instagram or WhatsApp or whatever, you've been on social media. We are writing stories, right? First and foremost, how many of if your state has social media channels, please put your hands up. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, let me rephrase. For the SURWASH program, let me rephrase it. Does your state, if your state has active social media channels, let me see hand up. Put it up well, so that let's recognize you now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If your state has a combined followership of up to 1,000 followers, let me see your hand up. Combined, though, all of them together. Trailblazer. Oh, okay. What's the name of the official? Ogun Water Cup. Okay, no, so that's not SURWASH now. That's Ogun Water. Ogun Water and SURWASH are going to be different. You know? So the idea is we are going to challenge ourselves for the next 1 year. We are going to, for those that don't have, we're going to create social media channels. We're going to build our social media following to at least 1,000 followers on each platform in the next 1 year. Do you think it's doable? It's very doable. But what is going to make it happen is the content that we put on social media. This is a whole other workshop it's a totally whole like we can do 2 days on social media, content creation, total social media management and all. But at the end of this session, what we'll be going home with will be that by the time we go back, or maybe even here, when you have some time, you need to set up your social media channels, Facebook, X, and WhatsApp. WhatsApp channels also. Now, these 3 channels, we'll just focus on them for now. Facebook, X, and WhatsApp. Okay, and then when you set them up, you also need to domicile the login details with Madam Felicia so that there's continuity. Does that make any sense? So if you log in with you need to log in with an email that can be passed on, right? Don't use your personal emails to set it up. You can create a new email for surwashabuja@gmail.com. Password, everything. You will put it up and then log in, use it to create Facebook account, Instagram account, X account, and then the official phone number, use it to create a WhatsApp channel. There are going to be a lot of questions, I know, but we'll get to them. We'll get, yeah. Okay. That's it, yeah.
So whatever they are doing concerning SURWASH, they can capture it, send it, different community with different stories.
So when I was talking about WhatsApp, I meant WhatsApp community, WhatsApp channel, basically. So the channel, yes, can have multiple admins. So that's why I say you domicile it with Madam Felicia. She will need to be one of the admins. So yourself as the comms officer, the PC, and the Madam Felicia from the federal should be admins on the group. So you are all putting information there, and all these stories you are writing, the pictures you are taking, you know, there's still a kind of content that we call mini. They are mini posts. So you just put a picture. Let's say you take a nice picture in the field. You know, something just happened. You know, you have consent from the subject. You take the picture. You just post it on the channel, on the community group, and say, "Oh, this just happened. This." Then move on. That's post that's moved on. So we'll get to all that. But what I was going to also say is at the end of the day, don't think you will not be alone for setting these things up. You know, Innocent and his team are here. They are they are they are here to serve. They're here to serve you. So wherever you are stuck in creating your social media channels or managing your social media channels, they are here to help you to set it up and to manage, to give you advice, basically. That's the summary of social media, but you go more in depth. In depth. Abi? Yeah. Okay. Good morning, everyone. Can we have? I've waited for slide 5 times today. Can we have the slide up? Okay. As we're talking about, as we're saying, um, okay. So the reason why we need this platform is the same reason we need this our blog site. If we have a ball serving one community, the ball is just serving one community. If we tell the story of how that ball is impacting and changing the lives of the people in that community, and we tell that story well, what we've done is that from serving one community, we've painted a picture of what is possible for the entire state. Because people that are not in that community will never hear about that ball. They will never know about, like the story we read yesterday, the little girl who can afford to go to school early now and not miss her classes because she no longer have to fetch water from the stream. And one of the places we can do it is through social media. So when the slide comes up, what you will see is social media as a tool for program sustainability, because we are trying to reach people, we are trying to build trust, and we are trying to at last our funding circle. Okay, next slide. So beyond the timeline for this program, a very important step that we must know is that the program does not end when the program budget ends, when we're not giving you per diem, we're not, where there are no implementing consultants or work plan fixed to a specific timeline. That's not when the program ends. This program should be able to outlive its period. And one of the ways it will do that is that we must outlive that timeline using public demand, insisting on public demand for wash facilities through our social media platform, changed household behavior, informed and watchful community, and a public record that we can build upon. How do we establish that public record? It's through digital platforms. It's one thing to print your flyers, your demonstration guide, all of that. That is great. But the most sustainable way to do that is through digital platforms. I'll give us an example. Who remembers a particular flyer that was on their street 2 years ago that is not political? Okay, who can tell me the last flyer they received walking on the road and what he said, if you actually read it? What church? What's the name of the real estate company? You see, you don't know the name of the real estate company, you don't know the name of the church, you did not read the content. But if that
most likely what will happen is that you throw the flyer away. Great. But if anybody picks interest in your story 5 years from now, 8 years from now, 10 years from now, they can go on your social medias, find that same story. They can go on the blog, find that same story about how Abia State was admitted into the SURWASH program. But if you print that in newspaper and 10 years from now, somebody needs the information on how Abia State was, first of all, you will not find that newspaper in circulation. You will need to go to the media house, then you will pay some money. Then, unless you are going to a school library or something, that's the only way you can get that newspaper in 10 years. So digital platforms afford us sustainability for our information. So next slide. Okay. Now, 4 ways social media sustains a program. And these are the 4 ways that we are going to use our social media to sustain our SURWASH program, right? So demand. It helps us sustain people's behavior. People keep using and maintaining facility because the constant information on how to do that is already there. It holds us accountable to the things that we say that we are going to do, because when our work is visible, it can be referenced, our communities can see what was promised, and it helps us follow through on our promises. Memory, it sustains the knowledge we've passed down as a result of the reasons we've had that program up. Then partnerships, it sustains funding. Because if you are looking at, how do we continue to get funding for this program? All of that will come from our social media. Because people globally, global funders, they see that there are results. Remember this when we were talking about ethical storytelling yesterday, we emphasized the need to show our successes as opposed to talking always about the different problems in our society. So next slide. I'm trying to make this quick. The blog that we are talking about today, Onboarding On, is just a home to all of the information or the stories happening in our community. Social media is the road we take to that house. Think of it that way. So for the blog, we have the full information, verified stories, lives that are permanently changed, things that are searchable, citable, all of that. But for our social media, it's how people find us the quickest. So what we will do easily is that part of your social media bio at the top will be a link to the blog or your website that you have for the states. Next slide. Why must we be on social media? This is the current data on the use of social media, of the internet in Nigeria. There are 109 million Nigerians that are connected to the internet today. So that tells us that the active audience we need to be informed about the work we are doing in our local government, small towns, anywhere we are doing that work. They are on the internet. 165 million Nigerians have a mobile phone. 96.5% of them are active users of WhatsApp. That's what Mr. CJ was talking about earlier. They are active users of WhatsApp. 89.7% of them use TikTok, and 89.2% of them are active users of Facebook. So what you would think of is that these communities we are trying to target, they've already found a home for themselves on social media. So we just have to now be able to curate our stories in a way that we can use it to target them. For example, if you look at when Mr. CJ was asking us about our headlines and the stories we are telling, many of them still read like reports. So if you take that report mindset to social media, only you will be posting and be liking your posts. So when you have, say, a lovely design now on social media, you see a small boy on his head, and the post says boldly there, Katsina has the fountain of youth. Someone is challenged. I say, hey, really? They slide, then they see that it's about SURWASH. So you need information, that you need those catchy headlines that can get people's attention, especially for social media. So what this means for us is that we must think mobile phone first. And we must know that WhatsApp is not an optional platform for us to build our community. And we must know that video is a winning format for us to reach our audience. And don't limit yourself to say, but people that are there, what if they don't understand English? I know I have an acquaintance who moved from a French-speaking African country to Nigeria recently. Every single one of us that he talks to, we don't speak French fluently, but we chat on WhatsApp because there are features that you can use to do that communication. So WhatsApp is not English is not the only language we are limited to on this platform. Even BBC have BBC Pidgin. Say, for example, you have an intervention in your local community. When you finish, you have a testimonial. One old lady, like we saw Margaret yesterday, she's talking about how SURWASH has helped her, all of this, and she's speaking it in her local language. I told you, I went to Dazigawa, I went to Poti School, I had the language barrier because nobody there could speak English or Pidgin, and they don't. I had an Hausa person with me, but they don't speak Hausa, so the person could not interpret. We had the language barrier, right? So beyond that, what happens is that as you are videoing the old lady talking about SURWASH, she speaks her local language, talk about it. You that understand the local language, you do a secondary video, another video of yourself explaining what the woman just said. Now you have two contents. So the content creation is not really a problem. Next slide. These are all the platforms that are relevant to our program and why we must be on them. However, Mr. CJ has already given us our priority list. Who can mention the ones he mentioned? He said X. He said Facebook, WhatsApp, X. What? Yes, I added LinkedIn to the priority list. So I will tell you how to maximize your content for LinkedIn. Let's just go there. So WhatsApp helps us build community and all of that. With WashCom and our local government officials, we can create a community where we can carry them along for what we are doing on this program. So the closest to the people that you serve is the closest way to connect with the people you serve, broadcast lists, community groups, to reach households directly, even on weak networks. You can reach them easily on WhatsApp. Facebook still has the wildest public reach in Nigeria. Community group, local government pages, shareable posts, all on Facebook. The place you can get people to engage with you the most is Facebook. So it's not optional. X is how you reach a wider, more international, more informed audience. Because your report, there you can post your reports, policymakers are there, sector actors are there, small audiences, higher influence, where news is picked and all of that. Then LinkedIn is for how we target our partners, our funders. So the stories you are publishing on your blog, every story that you put on the blog, Amanda Felicia approved, must go on your LinkedIn page. So don't post everything that you're posting on your Instagram or LinkedIn, or you are posting on your WhatsApp or LinkedIn. But you see those stories that has been approved, they must all go on your LinkedIn page. Say end of the quarter, there are key milestones people have reached. You can create a story out of those key milestones and post on your LinkedIn. Now, optional, Instagram and TikTok, because they are younger people. Maybe you are doing an advocacy program that affects the younger demographic. That's why you can start thinking of those platforms. Then YouTube, basically, you treat it as archiving. Maybe, for example, Rehab in Plateau, you have a documentary you shot, for example, that can be featured on your YouTube page. Next slide. So I knew Mr. CJ, as Mr. CJ was mentioning, he said those three platforms. So my slide still says choose three and do them properly. So we're going to now just pretend you are not seeing that three. We are choosing four and we're going to do it properly. The four we are choosing, the non-negotiables for the social media is WhatsApp and Facebook. Then the remaining two we are choosing to add is X and LinkedIn, not X or LinkedIn. So it's X and LinkedIn. Then when you are now more structured, you now understand how the algorithm works and how the social media works. You cannot think of adding TikTok and Instagram. So what pages are we creating today? What platforms are we creating accounts on today? Thank you. WhatsApp, Facebook, LinkedIn, and X. Next slide. Yesterday, we talked about a couple of things. One of them is consent and all of that. And we talked about archiving. Archiving is the most important part of what we are doing in this program. It's how we achieve sustainability. If people don't know what we have done, if we don't capture it, people can never know what we are doing in our state. And we talked about it now that if every state is reporting and Abia is not uploading any story, automatically it is an indication to us that there's nothing happening in the state. Or everybody has positive feedback. Bochi is always posting, 98 people are dying. We just know that something is terribly wrong in that place. You get? So you cannot post what you did not capture. We talked about one of the ways to implement for archiving is that we should have, what's it called? A photographer. Cameras, take pictures, make videos of the work being done. Even if it's just a video with your phone, let actual beneficiaries who are on site, let them speak to how that thing has influenced them. Human-centered stories are our focus. So, you see all of this. Most communication problems are not written problems, they are capture problems because maybe you just go on the field, you put your hand on the back, you are checking the work that's been done with your PC, then all of you enter car and leave. You must capture it. Even your PC's visits to that place should be captured. We have to know that work is actively going on and you are connecting with your community. So the problem as it is old water source, queues, all of those things. These are some examples of problems that you can spotlight when you are talking about your captions for social media, what it was before and what it possibly can be, or what you need to capture under active projects, including people working, not just someone. Say, you tell the person, go and pose near the tap. They'll do like this. Capture them using the tap. Capture them doing different things. You get? So community members participating. So maybe you say, for example, as part of the community's involvement in the project, all the women say they will come out and do sanitation in the area to keep the toilets clean.
The last IVA verification that was done, some pictures were taken from Imo specifically in the school. I think University of Imo State in IMSU. And you people arranged those students. They were not fetching water. So we know your tricks. They were not fetching water. They just came from somewhere and were walking, palala, palala. Water now is everywhere. How? How was the water everywhere? So if you're telling your story, tell it. And stop making believe. You make us believe it is when it is not. And I was so ashamed when the IVA captured that thing and showed it. If you see most of your facilities that were displayed in the last implementation support mission, even your commissioners were ashamed. Because the facility is, the pipe head, the pump head is broken and you submitted it for verification. And the verifier gets there to see it. And because the verifier will not tell you I'm coming, so that you not go and whitewash. He gets to the field when you're not there and then sees the tap head broken. There are bushes everywhere. No, the water is stagnant. There's no gully to send it out. And you're submitting it.
Okay, also to build on what Madam just said, when we go to communities to do our implementation programs, a very important thing we must do is to connect with those communities. You don't want to bring an intervention to them. You want them to be a part of that intervention. So in a way, they should feel almost responsible for the work. They should be carried along. so that when you've left there, they feel the need to maintain it. Maintenance is not a culture that Nigerians just automatically have. But when people have a skin in the game, they feel like they are a part of that process. They feel that it is their project. That's an easy way to achieve that. But that's not why we're here today. So now, another thing you will capture in this is you have to capture before, why work is going on during, and then the after. Under after, the same angle as your before shot. Say before, there was grass covering the toilets. Then later you capture the people plastering, building, installing new plumbing for the toilet. Then your after, you show that building again without the grass. All of that must be captured for your social media posts. So these are just 4 examples. So if you don't even know posts to do now, we've given you at least 4 examples. Yeah. Of what you must capture before, during, and after. Next slide. Sorry, sir. The previous slide.
You will not be carried along. The during, you will not be carried along. The E&S and all the groups will be the one taking care of these before, during. The only one they call the communication officers most times is this after. So in building our stories, we have a long way to go. I think what I will advise is, before we leave this place, you write the letters to our PCs so that as work is commencing, you will be involved from day one. Because like what Madam just said now, I become agitated because like the last IVA visit, some of us, these pictures that Madam saw, is not from us, the communication officers. See, the IVAs, when they come, they center and their visit is only on those M&Es and E&S. We are not in any way in this. Like my state, I can say this is what is happening. And I believe in all the states, it's almost the same thing. So they consider us as orphans in this program, not as, yes, as partners.
Okay, Bulus, cool down. Cool down. Excuse me, you're not concluding again. How involving are you in project implementation? Do you sit in your office and wait for them to call you? We went to Plateau, the girl, LEA girls school we went to, Nyango. There is in that school, we saw a very big banner of before and after there. Who did it? Who did it? So they were the ones that did that.
So if, for example, they are placed in
work with them.
Like those guys, see the work. It took their contact.
That and do that. But that of that Nyango girl.
Hello. Wait, but can we build better relationships with E&S for them to appreciate ourselves?
In my state, when I made a complaint today, they now added me to a platform where they are uploading all those stuff for me. Though they are being taken with the phones. In my state, I approached them that all these activities you are doing at the high, I was not being carried along. They now added me to their platform where I have access to all those pictures. So it was taken with the phones and have access to all the pictures.
The policy will be low.
During and after.
No. Oh, sir, I want to counter what she's saying.
Please, can you inform them directly? They will be holding information. They won't leak you directly. Yes. We will do that, but you can still assist us by sending a message to them that all the communication officers should be involved in whatever they will need information. And you'll be running around when the information is needed, and they'll be saying they don't know.
If Madam Fisher is saying data is anxious, but when you are as part of the report of the training they are well paid for sometimes, they notice.
Excuse me.
Excuse me. Please, this.
This issue did not just come up today. We have talked about it. Even Engineer Shola, is it Engineer Shola? Then we had a virtual meeting. This issue was also trashed. It's been a long time. Communication has been backseated in this program, and that is why the ENS, the M&E, feel they are the front burner of this program. Let me give you an instance now. We have new water schemes that have been worked on, health centers at different locations. Now, the ENS, they are carrying out a stakeholders engagement, grievance redress committees, all these things. We're actually supposed to be capturing these things. We didn't even know that anything was.
They can report it. You have to be the one to report it.
Now, we got to know through a quack me. And when we went, he was there. We went to meet the PC. The communication went to meet the PC and said, "Look at what is going on." That now, because they allot them a particular fund for these things. You know, they feel maybe if people also. Now, we told them that we don't want the money. Ask him. We had to go and meet. They said we don't want the money. The only thing is that just inform us. We will fund ourselves. Let's go and get a first-hand information of these things. You will not go and bring me a picture. Do you know that after that day, I had this discussion. They were going for another stakeholder engagement the next day. And even during that discussion, he didn't still tell me. And they will now send me a report that I can take an extract from the report and write my own. The way that's suffering in this book.
I'll be very unfair to myself if I don't add my voice to what he's saying. This problem is prevalent across most of the IAs. And I think people have to do something about it. Call the GM to order, talk to your SURWASH state coordinator so that they will impress it in our various offices, that they have to carry the communication officers along. You know, there's this, how will I put it next?
Okay, can we just, I think, thank you. But I want to say something. We have spoken about this same issue over and over and over again. And I have told them, there's no state we've gone to that I have not mentioned it, that the communication officers should work with the E&S and the sanitation officers. Because you people are the ones that deals with the beneficiaries directly. The communication office, okay, now we are opening a digital platform. The E&S can't come in there and publish it, what is happening. They cannot. And the sanitation officer cannot go into that platform and publish. It must be the communication officer. And so one thing I want to advise is that when you get back, as you write your reports on this training, please let that be an actionable conclusion. It should be, because I won't write. I have said it over and over. We've had meetings, I've mentioned it. I don't know what you people are struggling anyway for. I don't know, because each person has their own different schedule of duty. I don't know what we are struggling for. But one thing I want to say, put it as your recommendation and pass it to your MD, and let's see how it goes.
Praise the Lord. Morning. Good morning. No vex. No vex. I apologize. So this problem is an age-old problem. there's no project that I've ever worked with that has not suffered the same. Let me tell you about the ones that have succeeded, the communications officers that have succeeded. Every communication officer in every project that I think I've worked with, that I can remember I've worked with, that succeeded, has a very good rapport with PC. They are very close to their PC, which is how it's supposed to be. If you're not as close to your PC as you're supposed to be, comms will be treated as a stepchild. They will bring you at the end of the program. They will get your opinions last. That's the default mode, because they believe operations, M&E, all these things are more important than, you know. But the best advice I can give you is you need to develop a better, I'm sure you guys have good relationships with your PCs, but there's a way you'll be close to your PC that when you go back, like with the information from this workshop we've just done, and you brief him, not necessarily officially, so because some of these decisions need to be made unofficially before they are made official. You know, brief him and then, you know, give him or her the gist of why this what needs to be done needs to be done, and provide solutions. Most of the higher ups don't like to be the ones to come up with the solutions themselves. So, example, Innocent is my PC. So we're back from the workshop. It was great. We had so what we are doing next now is there's a newsletter website. In fact, what I'm going to do in the next couple of weeks is I'm going to create or expand our mailing list. You know, we need to, the government officials, the development partners, people we need this thing to get to. I need to expand it. If you have some people you think are necessary, you want the mailing list to go out to, let me know. Should I reach out to the government side? Should they give us their own people too? Should I add it to the mailing list? What do you think? Is it okay? Okay. So another thing I'm going to also set up social media channels. There's a lot of things that are going to happen in the next couple of weeks. There's going to be a lot of visibility. We're going to try and make sure there's a lot of visibility for the program in the state. Do you have any ideas on that? So should I just work something out and show you before I put it out? Most likely, yes. Also, I need to start working more closely with M&E, because they have the numbers, they have the information. Well, as they are going, these are the things I need to capture. These are like, I can't sit down in the office and be getting it, and they can't do the work. They can't do it for me. So I actually need to build a stronger relationship with M&E, or build a stronger relationship with this other. This is just. Then don't worry, I'll figure out the strategy on how that will work. I don't know if there's going to be financial implications, but most likely when they're going on these missions or going on this, I might have to follow them sometimes to get these things. They're already laying the foundation. Next time M&E says, oh, we're going to go and collect it, come say, oh, can we follow them on this one? We can capture this. Remember that time we talked about, after that workshop, I guess for the ones that work, though, that's what they are doing.
Even for the stakeholder engagement, I'm even surprised that it can be done without the communication officers. Because when we had our stakeholder engagement in Abuja, I think I was involved from the beginning to the end. Most of those letters, I developed them with them. So you people, I don't know why this fight is in the States. Because stakeholder engagement, in as much as it is under S10, it's part of your assignment. They can't do it without you, because you need to report what is going on. Anyway, like CJ said, he will think of a way out. But I'm surprised that we've started talking about this thing right from year 1, and we are still talking about it in year 5. So you also have to think about it. Yes, you have to also think, like we have said, one core thing you will do is put it in your report. And I want to charge all of you to come up with a report. Ekiti, you're making noise. You have to come up with a report of everything that has happened yesterday and today. Thank God you're two. We wanted to invite just one person per state, but in the PC saw that one person would look like a lonely, I'm using his word. He said it will be too lonely for a one person to attend the event. Make it two per state so that they can have a means of communicating with themselves and make it lively. And that's why two of you came from East State. In Abuja, I don't need to struggle with E and S. I don't E and S. I don't need to struggle with M and E. If you're not calling me, fine. I develop my activities. So, and I make myself relevant on this program. So you have to find a way to make yourself very relevant on this program. And don't wait for them to call you. And I want to also charge you. I hate this situation that if I send you a message and say, you need to do a particular thing, and I start getting this kind of text messages, write to my PC, let him support us. I don't want to hear that. You should be able to find a way to have a very good relationship rapport with your PCs, that when you present an activity that you have been asked to do, you should be able to convince him to see why he should support you. It makes it look like I'm just there to be spoon feeding all of you. You're not making me happy. It's looking as if I'm not doing much. Okay, so we continue from there.
Our slide. Thank you, Mr. CJ. Thank you. Let's have our slide up, please. No. Yes, the next slide. Next slide. We're done with this. Okay. So never leave any site you are working on without capturing these 5 angles. You need a wide angle, establishing the entire area. So we know that this is from Dazigao community. You need a medium angle, emphasizing where exactly in that area you are in. Then we need a close-up that can show the specific facility, a hand, a tap, a register, just something happening. Ensure you get close-ups. Then we need faces of people. Remember what we discussed yesterday, so you can see on the slide, a person with consent. This is a shot that people will remember because we said human-driven stories are very important. Then you need a vertical video portrait like this, like the one you see on Instagram Reels. You need a video like that so that you can interview people. It could be your PC speaking. It could be even you in the video talking about what has happened there, and then you post on your social media platform. So I'm just trying to give you the easiest framework to create this content. So just take this now after this session today as a checklist. So when you go to any project implementation site, you can easily just say, have I gotten my wide shot? Have I gotten my medium shot? Have I gotten my close-up? And have I gotten my shot of people? Also, things that we discussed yesterday that we must do there, I also brought them here because beyond documentation and archiving, they can help you for social media. Correct spelling of people's name. Yesterday, we said, don't collect pronunciation. Have them write it. Their role and title. The Ogenegbode of Ikwangara. You should write it there. If the person cannot write, at least they can spell their title. The issue of Nupe, write it there. The exact location and dates where this thing is happening, you should have it there. Like yesterday, I said, who has gone to Yobe? Some people raised their hand. I said, do you know Potisku? They raised their hand. I said, do you know Dazigao? They dropped their hand. Because they know Potisku, but they don't know Dazigao. If it's happening in Dazigao, say it is happening in Dazigao, Yobe State. Don't just say in Yobe. Where in Yobe? So know the community. Those are easy ways to build connections with those communities. At least get one quotation of somebody. And it shouldn't just be your PC. It should be a beneficiary. We are putting people's story first. It should be a beneficiary. Then written or recorded consent. We talked about it. Written or recorded consent. The person consenting for their quotes to be used, for their image to be used, and any of those things are very important. This, our conversation was supposed to have here on whose job it is to capture it when nobody plans for it. It's your job to capture it. So just implement what CJ and Mother Felicia have said so that you can be carried along effectively. Next slide, please. I believe that for every field visit you make, it is possible to get 1 month's worth of content there. All the content you need for 1 month, you can get it from one field visit. Why? Officers say they have nothing to post. Usually, they have one good visit and no plan to use it. So what do? Week 1, your blog story. What did I say you do to your blog story? You, after it is approved, you take it and post on your LinkedIn also. Week 2, the person, portrait of the people. Then maybe your caption cannot be the quotes that the person made on this thing. Week 3, the video you shot, you post it. So now the assumption is that you're posting twice a week. So also on that first week 1, to go back there again, you are now using your WhatsApp and Facebook to do your announcement that you have visited Kantang Parakere of Meninene Society. You make that announcement first. Then week 2 again, you put your before and after pictures. Week 4 or week 3 or anything that you want to do, a fact about it, like we said before, cholera in the community has reduced by 69.8%. Same visit, 6 touch points, and that's it. Next slide. We're almost done. Accuracy is the asset. Remember what we said. I've addressed that already, so I would not go too much into that. One wrong figure shared widely can undo years of trust because people trust us when they see that it is coming from an official SURWASH. We are very familiar with this program. We've been with Madam Felicia for 3 years. Ask her. Anything that goes out, we still send to her again that she should still check again, because you can never outgrow getting a second eye or opinion over the content, because it takes years to build this trust. When people see what we post on SURWASH official social media, I hope we are all following SURWASH on our social media handles. Madam Felicia. Okay. We have an official SURWASH handle. So people trust any information that comes from there. So it has to be accurate. Yes. If Mother Felicia tells me now that we are going to visit Plateau State, all the pictures from that Plateau State, when we post it on our SURWASH Nigeria platform, we now collaborate with Plateau State SURWASH handle. But we cannot do that to redirect attention to you if you do not have your own social media platform. So verify before every post: names, title, spelling, rows, figures, source, data, and date, the exact wording, location, correct local government and community name, dates, claims, and photos. Everything must be verified. Next slide. Who can tell us what our care framework stands for? Correct. Because we did the framework yesterday. So I'm trying to ensure that it's the same thing. So the care framework is something that we can use for social media also. What changes when it goes on social media? The care framework for module 2 applies. All those things must be checked before you post on social media: consent, accuracy, respect, and evidence. It is permanent once it's online. Because yes, you first of all, in developing your story, you need to have gotten consent of the people involved. Those consent forms. You remember what we said? All your consent form, upload them on the folder Madam Felicia will share with you. Then upload on the blog. Let Madam just say, this is good to go. Once she approves your this thing and it's live on the blog, post it on your LinkedIn also. It is permanent. Yeah. Years later. And another issue is that even if by chance we delete it, people have taken screenshots of it. They are dragging SURWASH online. Exactly. So you don't want that to be the case. Next slide. Things you should never post on your social media. A child's face in a story about harm, illness, or poverty. We talked about dehumanizing people. It's not allowed on this program yesterday. Photos of people who did not consent to be on the platform, partisan or political commentary, because you don't go and start using your social media to campaign for Tinubu. It's not what this program is about. Stick to your subject matter. That's how we say, as you create your social media, do an email to Madam Felicia with all the social media handles. The minute you start using your social media to campaign for Tinubu, she will just go there, change all the assets and remove you. Stick to SURWASH. Your social media is for SURWASH. If Tinubu comes for the launch of your tap or ball, you can post the launch of your ball where the president came to commission it. Don't go and start using your social media for political commentary. That is not allowed. When you generate, there are features on social media that allows you to indicate that that content is AI generated. Don't go and start posing fake AI generated images as things that are real on your social media. It cheapens people's trust in you. Any figure you cannot immediately source, a precise location that could put people at risk, maybe a community that's already vulnerable. You go and write Mr. Charles who live in number 14. Put the person's address there. The person becomes a target for public scrutiny. People can even go to their houses and vandalize it. Another organization's photo without credit. Remember we talked about that yesterday. We even use fonts as an example. An angry reply written in the moment. Somebody comments, not when I really build the ball. You go and reply the person, your father. Please, that is not allowed. Next slide. And then, if you notice by mistake that you have already replied the person, your father, then you notice that, hey, not my personal social media, but this now SURWASH. Things, what is what you do? Act fast. Correct within an hour. Madam Felicia should not be the one to tell you whose father or what are you doing here. Act fast. Within, you should not see 1 hour is even too long. 10 minutes. Or once your head calm down, act fast. Correct openly, say what was wrong, do not blame, fix the cause of that problem. Please, you cannot be temperamental with social media. It is too powerful a tool for you to do that. It is too powerful a tool. Say, for example, say, why they go carry president or commission tap? Say, if you sure for you, do your own now. No. Next slide. Comments, criticisms, and rumor. A public account invites public questions. So people are at liberty to question anything you post because SURWASH is for the public, including hard ones. A genuine question somebody asks, what do? You answer it publicly and plainly. Others are wondering the same thing. Not the one thing I had to learn for social media, if it crosses somebody's mind to ask you, oh, where exactly is this tap located? Maybe because you did not put a location. That person is not the only person thinking it. If a question crosses somebody's mind, other people will think it too. A fair complaint, acknowledge it. Say, is this tap we are still celebrating in 2026? The person's question is genuine. These are things that should be public amenities that should be available, but they are not. You acknowledge it, and then you restate the importance of the program. But the reality is that these are not amenities that are accessible, which is why every milestone achieved in this program must be acknowledged. A factual error about the program, the person say, I thought SURWASH is only in Abuja. It is your job to correct it once. Do not argue, just correct the error the person made. Abuse or bad faith, do not engage. Hide or report, never reply an angry comment with anger in return. Safeguarding or security concern, do not handle it in the comments, escalate offline same day. Maybe you mistakenly post a location and there's a man standing at the back. Hey, that Mr. Okoro, when he has with that, you have to intervene because you have put that person at risk. Next slide. Using AI on social media, we talked about that yesterday, so this will be fast. So these are the ways you can use AI on social media. It's basically the same thing we talked about yesterday. It is never to generate images of beneficiaries. Those are not real people. Capture your beneficiaries. Don't invent or polish quotations. Don't use it to produce fake statistics. Don't use it to post AI text nobody has read. Publishing a translation nobody has checked. Even if you use AI to translate this thing to Hausa, read it to. Read it. Because that thing might be Arabic. So you can use it to fix grammatical errors, draft alternative text, translate draft to review state. Next slide. Reading beats volume. So one of the things for social media is that your post should be relevant and you should post consistently. If you check I've seen some states here that have social media. The last time you posted was 3 years ago, or 2 years ago, or last year, or January. So weekly, one substantive post about persons, people, one community post, one video. So at least every quarter, so Gombe should not be the really active state. At least every quarter, have a results area posted, a result that you have achieved, in a milestone you have achieved monthly. You should have at least a video. The next slide. This one will not necessarily apply to us, but it's just to keep in mind as the program grows larger. Have at least 2 people who are looking over the social media account. Written approval rule. You must get approval from your PCs or Madam Felicia for those things going out. A written handover pack, just like what I said. Madam Felicia should have access to your password. Send it via email to her. Don't send her on WhatsApp. Institutional email. Don't use your personal information to create the social media account in any regard. Don't use your personal information. Create an account, a Gmail for that. Escalation contact. You should have a point person that they can escalate to. An archive for all of those information. Next slide. So the things that matter that you should measure for are shares, questions people are asking, traffic to your blog, and partnership that you build as a result of it, not just likes and views. Next slide. This should be our last slide. Key takeaways for this session. Communication is one of the few parts of our program that can achieve bonding. So we must take it seriously. And then we must ensure accuracy at every front. Thank you very much. And we'll move to our next line action now.
Thank you, Mr. Innocent. All right. Hello. Are we happy? Okay, so we want to, Innocent, come back here. We want to still take, we have another 10 minutes. So once, which stage is ready to present their story, their Castina, okay, so come over. Them.
Good morning once again. My name is Hassana Aminu Malimfashi, Communication Officer at SPCU Katsina. My headline goes like this: NG SURWASH improves wash facilities in health institution. Patients and health personnel of Ofarguga Maternal and Child Health Clinic Katsina have commended Katsina NG SURWASH and World Bank over the recently constructed sanitary facility and upgrade of a borehole at the center. They made the commendation early this year in February 2026, when a high-powered team from the World Bank, led by the TTL Mrs. Awa, visited Katsina State to inspect some projects executed by the implementing agencies at various locations across the state. The inspection focused mainly on projects under disbursement area DLI 7. The team visited Ofarguga Maternal and Child Health Clinic. The facilities inspected include 3 toilets in maternity ward and 2 blocks of 3 toilets each, and also a borehole that had been upgraded to solar power to ensure steady water supply at the facility. One of the nurses on duty, Sister Aisha, expressed appreciation for the impact of Katsina NG SURWASH project and commended the World Bank and the government for the initiative and called for the sustenance of such effort. An attendant at the maternity ward said, Malama Hawa, they have benefited from the water project and they sincerely appreciate it, saying, before the intervention, whenever there was no electricity, they sometimes went for up to 3 or 10 days without water. They had to travel a long distance to one mosque with buckets to fetch water in order to sanitize the ward. That is it. And I have the pictures and the video. Let me use this. Patients and health personnel of Ofarguga Maternal and Child Health Clinic Katsina have commended Katsina NG SURWASH and World Bank over the recently constructed sanitary facility and upgrade of a borehole at the center. Okay. The headline: NG SURWASH improves wash facilities in health institution.
Yes. And not just boring, the headline, a lay reader will not understand what NG SURWASH means.
Your headlines on NG SURWASH. Like, let NG SURWASH be like the focus on the impact instead of the, so, sorry, read that headline again. NG
SURWASH improves wash facilities in health institutions.
It's very newspaper. Oh yeah, okay. You know what? Let's try something. What?
We have 10.
Let's try something. Let's think of headliners for this. For this particular.
Oh yeah.
Give us ideas.
NG, so oh yeah, go ahead.
So the the summary of the story is just in one sentence. What's the summary of the story? What's the summary?
The summary is the construction of the toilets and the upgrade of the borehole.
Which helped how many? Which brought like support?
Yes, support is to the patients and the health personnel, maternal and child health.
So that's the summary. Okay,
No, I don't. The answer to your question. So it's borehole and this, which helps that, right? What's in between? So whose life changed, right? Whose life changed? So there's one more, and there's a third part to CJ's question that's missing. How did their life change? What exactly? What exactly?
How did you
So
without, sorry, Madam Felicia, so just off the top of my head, I would be thinking something very unconventional, right? CJ, and you will probably align with this, like boreholes make health facilities X. Just that juxtaposition, that doesn't really make sense, but it makes me want to know, what has borehole and health facility got to do with each other? So that could be a headline that draws, because again, you can tweak it, but just those two things you've given me, there's a connection between borehole and this. But I'm asking you now, well, what happened? How does that work? What is the difference? So you can also have that curiosity as a headline, because if I see something like boreholes and health facility, I don't know, you can try to just something along that lines. That's already got me thinking, what's this article about, right? So that could also be a curiosity thing.
Noted.
So I just wrote down something now. I said boreholes and health facilities improves lives.
I would have gone the direction of I'm done trekking. There's now water in our facility. What's the state?
Katina.
I am done trekking. No more trekking for me. There's now water in our health facility. There's now a borehole in our health facility.
Then it makes the heading too long.
Katina nurse. Or something in that direction. Basically showing that there was a problem, like she used to trek. There was, instead of focusing on SURWASH has done, we focus on something that gives, that's just an idea. But
I'm done trekking, borehole, blah, blah, blah. Katin says nurse, blah, blah, blah.
yeah, that's part of the story.
It's
actually.
an excellent
Yeah,
opening, right? Because
yeah,
then it gets people
that's part of the idea is I'm trying to say, let's not focus on the SURWASH and especially and the borehole. Let's focus on the impact. So, or something else that can direct people back to the story to want to read the full story. You get. So, any ideas? We have a few more minutes.
From here, boreholes and health facilities improve lives. No more long treks. That's another one. So can we get more?
Someone should give us something about there's not that's too extreme. I wanted to say there's no water to wash newborn babies, but okay, that's too extreme. Just oh, okay.
This reminds me of our brainstorming sessions when CJ and I worked together. But this also, just to put another dimension of this is where, when we talk about what we didn't have back then, is we would be hunkered down going back and forth, CJ and I and the rest of my team. What you have now is you have the benefit of AI as a tool, right? So this is where you have this initial idea. We now have, borehole and this. One of the feedback is that's too long, right? But you have the concept of what you're trying to do. So this is where we now have the technology that is AI that can help hone our skills, right? So I would then say, if you have something like this, you get the gist, give 2 or 3 topic ideas, and this is where AI becomes the tool
that helps you think through how do you tighten it? How do you do that, right? And add a few more parameters. I'm looking to focus on impact. I'm looking to focus on these are 3 titles that I have. What do you think, right?
Make it catchy, make it brief and for a digital reading, those kind of things. If I tell you, give me 10 ideas for a caption, give me 20 ideas for a caption for the summary I've summarized for you, it will give you. You must, yes. Yes.
Have your data, you must have
If not, it will know what to, it will just direct you inside bush and you write what is not concerning it. Yes.
So one, you say power to heal, water to live, a new dawn for a hospital.
See, still, yeah. Sounds cool. Power to heal. Water to, I might even switch water to heal, power to live. I'll probably go that way instead of water, power to heal. Water to heal. Yeah. Any other ideas before I leave? Power to live. Yeah, water to live. Because it's a health facility.
We still have 5 minutes. Do we have any other person
Any other ones
that want us critique their write-up?
Ah, okay.
Come over.
Okay. I'm Timothy Abuela from Ekiti Water and Sewage Company Limited. My headline: the community where toilets are seen as waste of money.
Community what?
The community where toilets are seen as waste of money. Resident. Yes, as a waste of money.
Okay. Yes. No.
My own
First,
story, yes.
story. You have 4 minutes.
Yes, it's actually residents of a local community, a suburban settlement in Ado-Ekiti State, Ekiti State, have pledged to support to put an end to open defecation following an intensive advocacy and sensitization program organized by the Ekiti Water and Sewage Company Limited under the Sustainable Urban Rural Water and Sanitation Hygiene Program. Ilokun, a farming community of about 80 households, has long struggled with poor sanitation. Only a few homes have functional toilets, while many residents have relied on open defecation. A community toilet previously provided by a donor agency has also fallen into a despair and is no longer in use. To address this challenge, officials of Ekiti State Water and Sewage Company Limited, in collaboration with sanitation and hygiene WASH stakeholders, held a community engagement session where residents were educated on the health, environmental, and social dangers of open defecation. The program also witnessed the formation and training of village hygiene promoters, that's VHPs, and water sanitation and hygiene committee, WASHCOM, to champion hygiene and sanitation activities within the community. Community members, including traditional leaders, youths, and women, actively participated in discussion, asking and expressing their commitment to improving sanitation practices. Speaking during the meeting, facilitators urged residents to embrace the construction and consistent use of household toilets, stressing the ending open stressing that ending open defecations will reduce the spread of disease, improve public health, and promote a clean environment. And Ekiti State Water and Sewage Company Limited, WASH facilitator Mrs. Larry Ayeni noted.
Let's read the closing.
Okay, the closing paragraph. At the end of the sanitation program, the people of Ilokun unanimously resolved to work towards making the community open defecation free. Community leaders also pledged to mobilize households to construct and maintain hygiene toilet facilities.
Thank you. So you had the story. The story is talking about the coming of the campaign and then the ability to mitigate the issues of open defecations and the community accepting the program. And so, but the heading says community where toilet is seen as waste of money. So do we have a better caption for that news? We've had his intro, we had his conclusion, but the lead, that is a topic, the heading is looking. Yeah, we all know that this is not report, it's news. But we are talking about the heading now. Can we recapture it? What do you think would have been a better capture? Community where toilet is seen as waste of money.
The alternative one I have there says, from challenge to change, the local resident vows from challenge to change, the local residents vow to end open defecation.
I think that sounds better than seeing toilet as waste of money. Because seeing toilet as waste of money, to me, what comes to my head is, the community have rejected the campaign. I wouldn't even bother to read the story. I'll just conclude that, they've rejected the campaign. So saying from challenge to change, I want to know what was the challenge, what has been the change. So it gives me this mindset, oh, okay, what have they done differently that they've been able to avert this challenge and people are ready to change. So you understand. So that's the second lead seems better than the first one. All right. So can we clap ourselves? Do we have another from the headquarters? CNC. Do we have one? We have story.
Hello. Yes, I just, can you see me on the screen or not?
Okay. Yes, we can see you now. So let me just do a little intro, then you come up.
Okay, the only issue is that I believe you can't see me on the screen. It's just like you're just seeing, you can hear me well, but I think you can't see my image. Yes, let me just. Because the company gave me a new computer and I think everything is different. They haven't set the computer, so let me just. I think I'll send it to you because it's, let me see. Yeah, let me see if I can do this now. Let me see if I can just, let me try.
Okay,
Yeah,
sir.
I'll have to send you the presentation because it's not going through. I'll send it to you.
Yeah,
Oh,
Gombe. All right.
okay, okay.
Good morning, all. My name is Amos Pononyamba Fabulous, Communication Officer for Gombe State Small Towns. Yeah. Okay. The title of my story goes like this. From GRE to Kundulum, NG SURWASH transforming wash services in Gombe. Okay. Access to clean water and sanitation has improved across 8 communities in Gombe State, following a monitoring visit by the Monitoring and Evaluation Unit of the Gombe State Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning to project sites implemented under the Gombe State Nigeria Sustainable Urban and Rural Water Supply, Sanitation and Hygiene Program, NG SURWASH. The visit aimed to assess the level of implementation, evaluate impact on beneficiaries, identify challenges, and document lessons for future improvement. The team inspected water and sanitation facilities across Gombe Metropolis and surrounding communities, including GRA, Wurobriji Primary School, Bomala Primary Healthcare Center, Kubalu, Haruna Garba, Zainab Bulkachwa, and Gandu and Kundulum Primary Healthcare Centers. During the exercise, the team assessed the functionality and condition of the facilities and engaged with community members, school authorities, health workers, and beneficiaries to gather feedback on project impact. The interventions have significantly improved access to clean water, sanitation, and hygiene services. This has contributed to better public health, improved learning environments in schools, and enhanced healthcare delivery in health facilities. According to the team lead of the Monitoring and Evaluation Unit of the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning, Mrs. Ruth Edward, regular monitoring is critical to ensuring transparency, accountability, and sustainability of government and donor-supported projects. The M&E team stated that the exercise will help identify operational gaps and challenges to strengthen future implementation strategies. The team commended the NG SURWASH program and implementing agencies for their commitment to improving water supply and sanitation services across the state. The visit also reflects the continued commitment of the Gombe State government and development partners to promoting sustainable water, sanitation, and hygiene services and improving the well-being of citizens across the state. Thank you.
Can you say your
From GRE to Kundulum, NG SURWASH transforming wash services in Gombe.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
What's your suggestion? Or do you have another option?
Can you all hear me?
You have. So let's talk, let's critique this so that we can get. That's the GRA. From
Yeah. From GRE to Kundulum, NG SURWASH transforming wash services in Gombe.
Services.
The story actually covers, let me see, M&E of Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning supervising project implemented by NG SURWASH. So they went around like 8 communities or so, starting from GRE to Kundulum.
And we're able to get it. Okay. And so, what better title will suit this? Because you know why I'm saying it's dry. If I'm from Gombe and I see from GRA to Kundu, I will understand. But what if we are not just writing for Gombe? We are writing for the public. And our publics are not just Nigeria, it's global. Because that platform, anybody can read it.
Access to clean water and sanitation has improved across 8 communities in Gombe State, following a monitoring visit by the Monitoring and Evaluation Unit of the Gombe State Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning to project site implemented under the Gombe State Nigeria Sustainable Urban and Rural Water Supply, Sanitation and Hygiene Program.
And then, is there a portion in there that talks, I'm assuming there is a portion in your story that has an actual individual reference or someone who's like to exchange?
Yes.
Can you read that portion, please?
Okay. Beneficiaries aspect of the project.
Is there a named person in your story? Like,
And no, not from the community, but from the Monitoring and Evaluation Unit.
okay, so can you tell me what the person said?
Okay, Mrs. Ruth Edward, she said regular monitoring is critical to ensuring transparency, accountability, and sustainability of government and donor-supported projects.
So she's not telling me anything. But what she should have told me, or if I were to use her voice, your first intro says the M&E people have come in and this is what they found, right? So instead of you telling me, I would use the voice of one of the M&E people to say it. So what you said, she just said, right? That's a quote, but I would use her voice to say, this is the outcome of what we said, which is your first paragraph. We saw that this has improved. So that is the person telling us in the story, not you leading with what they've said. So remember what I said yesterday, you kind of led with the conclusion, but further down, you can have someone from the M&E actually validates what they found using their voice, right? So I would put a quote attributable to your M&E person to make your initial points that you made, how, this improvement has been made. And then you can never go wrong when you have someone's life that has been impacted. So that could also be, even if you don't need to tell a story about them, but also have how this has impacted the life of whoever is in this community. Does that make a bit of sense?
Thank you.
Can you all hear me?
So do we have any other person that wants to? Okay, Castillo. Oh, sorry. Let's take Kaduna. Kaduna, please come. Want to give all states opportunity to present their work. Yes.
Good morning, all. My name is Bulus Godwin from Kaduna. She spoke, and there was toilet to end open defecation.
Hi, Felicia.
She spoke, and there was toilet to
Hi,
end
I'm trying to
open
save the
defecation.
document again because it's something internal from the company where they save the documents and they don't allow us to share it. So I'm trying to change this. Let me just ask you something. I realize that no one can hear me through the audio. And my I deactivated it's like it's open, my mic is open, but still people cannot hear me.
It was normal. That
Okay.
day, the SURWASH team came to the community. They came to teach the people about water, sanitation, and hygiene. The team started with community-led total sanitation.
Hello?
They did community
Hi.
mapping.
Hi, I'm trying to
questions.
enter the Zoom meeting, but I'm unable to. I can hear you. I can hear what's going on within the presentation, but I cannot hear. I think you cannot hear my voice, and my mic is open. So I don't know what to do to adjust the.
Other diseases. They also explained the importance of clean water. Then they taught the critical times for hand washing. After using the toilet, before eating, and after cleaning a baby. Halima listened closely.
Okay, I'll try sharing it again with Felicia to see if it works now.
For the first time, they saw
Okay.
that open defecation was not a good model. After the engagement, the community made a decision. They agreed to a new norm. No more open defecation. They also agreed to
Yeah,
a new contribution model to
let me
help
just
manage
try.
and
Wait a
sustain
minute.
their
Let me try
water
again.
facility.
I'm sharing it with you
Halima
again, the
stopped.
presentation.
She said,
Let's see if now it
WASH
opens.
team and the SURWASH have opened our eyes. We will protect our water point
There, I
and
shared
keep
it.
our environment clean. Today, Duncan Day community is changing. People are building toilets. They are washing their hands. They are taking care of their water facility. The story matters because it shows how education can change behavior. Through SURWASH and CLTS, Duncan Day community now understand hygiene. They are working together to end open defecation and to sustain clean water for all. Thank you. She spoke.
Okay, so she spoke. And there was toilets to end open defecation. And so, what contributions do we have? She spoke. Who spoke? So, I'm sure it would have been better if we had said Alima or Alima, the head, the women leader. Or we can say the women leader spoke. The women leader spoke and to end open defecation. And so I would want to know who is the women leader. So do we have other comments? to enhance each other's story. So if you keep quiet, you're not helping also. So what are we saying? We don't have any comment. We don't have contributions. Please give back the mic.
Okay, I really like the way his story went because I think there was a hook and then the struggle. I noticed the struggle of Halima. I have a concern. You said towards the last line, you mentioned something like importance of education.
She got the knowledge of washing her hand using after using diapers and how to dispose it. Before now, what they do in the community is that they don't wash their hands most regularly. And after breastfeeding, they don't wash their hands. They dispose toiletries everywhere. So they were engaged on where and how to do things.
Okay, so it's just the word though. You use education. I was thinking you use maybe behavioral change or something.
Or hygiene promotion. Use words like hygiene promotion because education looks as if you've already dehumanized her. Yes, so use the word like hygiene promotion and, sensitization, awareness creation, and that was what led to ending open defecation. Thank you. So yes, you can. So do we have another person? Castina, can we have you? From the new state, we have Taraba, we have Bauchi. Castina, wait. We have Taraba, we have Bauchi, we have Jigawa, Abia. Okay, Abia has presented this. Benue. Ogun.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning once again. I'm Abubakar Abdullahi, the communication officer for Katsina Ruwasa. This is my story with headline that goes like this. Katsina rural communities celebrate WASH activities. This is the headline. While the lead story goes like this. The lives of rural dwellers in many parts of Katsina state is changing for the better in terms of water, sanitation, and hygiene WASH activities. Beneficiaries from across 6 local government areas have continued to have increased access to potable drinking water, as well as improved sanitation and hygiene through the collaborative efforts of the World Bank, the federal and the Katsina state governments. Under the Sustainable Urban and Rural Water Supply and Sanitation SURWASH, several water and sanitation facilities, which include solar-powered and hand-pump boreholes, have been constructed in rural communities of Katsina, Batagarawa, Kapur, Buntua, Baule, and Daura local government areas since inception of the program in 2023. For several rural communities in the affected local government areas, it was a dream come true, as the advent of the SURWASH program has relieved them of a long period of suffering as a result of inadequate potable water. According to Malam Muhammad Sada, a community leader in Erhaka village in Batagara local government area, which also benefited from a solar-powered borehole with 8,000 liter tank capacity, the SURWASH project has brought a relief to the people. He said in court, "We are very grateful for having this wonderful project in our locality, which we have been yearning for. Our village has been known for grappling with shortage of water, but with the provision of this facility now, the issue has become a thing of the past." On how the project can be sustained, Malam Sade indicated the readiness of the benefiting community to take proper care of the facility, saying the already sanitation, hygiene, and water sanitation and hygiene committee WashCorp has been established and is working tirelessly to generate funds through contribution in the event of any breakdown, while effort is also being made on the project, said uh, it will it will improve sanitation, hygiene, and health status, as well as also in furtherance of the effort to end open defecation as one of the important components of SURWASH project. 126 household latrines in Sani community and another 50 in Rakuma community, all in Batagra local government area, have been improved. This is aimed at ensuring that all household members within the communities continue to use toilet properly, mainstream hand washing, and avoid open defecation to maintain the ODF status already attained by the LGA and the Katsina state in general. The benefiting households are already taking the advantage by using the facility provided to them properly, thereby minimizing the risk of contracting wash-related diseases. In consideration of its more importance in the achievement of the desired objective, the issue of sustainability remains the watchword in the implementation of the SURWASH projects in Katsina State. As such, one of the significant steps taken in this regard is the engagement of the benefiting communities through mobilization on the ownership of the wash facilities provided, while also organizing and conducting training for the facility caretakers on basic repairs and maintenance of boreholes, particularly the hand pumps. This kind of training, which was conducted in 120 communities in the 6 LGS, which they were also provided with simple repair tools, has assisted the beneficiaries with the knowledge, reducing the number of hand pumps breaking down without receiving prompt attention of the communities. With the commitment and resilience of all the stakeholders in this noble program, therefore, the lives of more rural communities are expected to witness massive transformation in all spheres of human endeavor. That is the story. Thank you.
I looked at the papers that he just read now. There are almost 4 papers, and I was afraid. So it's like it's a report. It's not a news item. And this is not for digital reader. And so there is a content here that is sellable, but it's for us to be able to give out and remove some of the unnecessary repetition about what SURWASH has done, and then get it strengthened to speak to the impact, the beneficiaries, and then what it has been able to achieve with the coming of SURWASH to Katsina. Okay, that's fine too. So we ensure that in streamlining this news item, we should be able to ensure that those quotes are there for the whole state. Okay. Okay, that's fine. So rural populace. Okay, you took transforming SURWASH program, transforming lives. Okay, you took the personal rural communities celebrate WASH activities. Okay, yeah, it's catchy. And somebody might see it and want to read the story. What have they done? Why are they celebrating? And then want to go further. But we need to keep our news item very. Thank you. All right. And so
Hello? Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
yes, we can hear you loud and clear. And so we are sorry, Mr. Patrick is having an issue with us presenting, giving out his presentation, but he's going to talk. We'll hear him do his presentation. His presentation is going to talk about, why stakeholder engagement is very important in program management or program delivery. So that's what his presentation is going to be about. He's in Brazil. The time difference with us is different. It's 7 a.m. there. And so we will hear his voice. Please try and take note of all what he's going to say. He works with Sabasfi, Sampolo. He's a foreign affairs and sustainable professional with experience in international cooperation and stakeholder engagement. He has developed a lot in his field and practices within possessing a multicultural background, allowing him to achieve results in governmental and corporate and non-governmental working environment. He has a very strong relationship building skills in business, NGO, and government fields. He is an international relation specialist. So we'll hear him. He will do his presentation. We just hear him, but we can't take his presentation. Mr. Patrick, please, you can go ahead. He will share it with me later. I will share it to all of you. All right, so you can proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. The sound is very bad for me. I can't hear you all very well, but I hope that you can all hear me well. So just give me a thumbs up if you can hear me well, please. Great, thank you. So I apologize for the technical issues. I don't know what's going on, that it's unfortunate that I can't share my presentation with you, but I'll deliver my speech looking at my presentation here, but it's unfortunate that you won't be able to see it. So first of all, I would like to begin by thanking you for the invitation, Felicia, and I would like to begin also by commending the government of Nigeria for leading this important initiative and also to create this platform that brings together professionals committed to advancing water and sanitation services. So I'm honored to contribute to this workshop by sharing Sabespi's perspective on why international stakeholder engagement is key in program delivery. So I would say that I was going to show throughout my presentation, I will highlight how meaningful engagement with international stakeholders, including utilities, governments, development agencies, multilateral institutions, technology providers, academia, and water associations can serve as a powerful catalyst for program success. So, international cooperation enables organizations to exchange knowledge, leverage global best practices, access innovative solutions, mobilize resources, and build partnerships necessary to address increasingly complex challenges. So, drawing on Sabesp's experience, I will demonstrate how strategic stakeholder engagement has helped us accelerate innovation, strengthen our institutional capacity, foster technical cooperation, and also how it supports the delivery of tangible and lasting results. And it's also important, I would say, to emphasize that an effective program delivery is not achieved in isolation. It is achieved through collaboration, so shared learning and strong partnerships that connect local challenges with global expertise. So I was going to present a bit of Sabesp about the company before I delved into the main topic of today's discussion. So I would just like to briefly introduce you to Sabesp. Sabesp is São Paulo's water and wastewater management company. And we've been operating for just over half a century in 375 municipalities across the state of São Paulo, serving almost 30 million people, and therefore considered the largest water and wastewater utility in Brazil and Latin America, and one of the largest as well in the world. So we have recently gone through a privatization process, and we've been operating as a private company since the second semester of 2024. So, which means that the state government is no longer our owner, but remains a shareholder with 18% of shares. Equatorial Group, which is our reference shareholder and runs the company, holds 15% of these shares, and the remaining 67 are listed in both São Paulo and New York Stock Exchange markets. I think it's difficult for me to show you certain things because here I see the organizational chart of the company, which is this is something I really wanted all of you to see how robust our structure is. But we have the company is so we have our CEO, and below the CEO, the company is split up into 10 executive divisions, where there's the coordination of planning, engineering, operations, customer service, technology, finance, regulation, and stakeholder engagement. So I am specifically located within the institutional relations and sustainability division, which is responsible for both national and international stakeholder engagement, communications, sustainability, and corporate reputation. So I play a key role in strengthening relationships with strategic stakeholders, promoting international cooperation, and connecting Sabesp with global partners, institutions, and networks that can actually support our long-term goals and objectives. So, as I've previously mentioned, we operate in 375 municipalities across the state of São Paulo, providing water and wastewater services to more than 62% of the state's urban population. So, there is a map which I can see, and unfortunately you can't see, but it shows the state of São Paulo and our concession area, and illustrates all the municipalities we work with. So serving such a large, I would say, and a diverse territory requires not only robust infrastructure and operational excellence, but also strong collaboration and multiple stakeholders, such as governments, communities, technology providers, research institutes, and international partners as well. So I would say that this broad geographic presence provides us with a valuable opportunity to develop innovative solutions, share knowledge, and implement best practices that can generate positive impacts across hundreds of communities. So something that's important to stress is that we currently provide water supply services to 98% of the population within our concession area, and sewage collection services to 93%. And of all the wastewater collected, 85% undergoes treatment before being safely returned to the environment. So behind these numbers lies an enormous and highly complex operational structure. We operate 250 water treatment plants and 622 wastewater treatment plants, which are scattered across our concession area. So for us, privatization was not just was not just simply a change in ownership structure. It was actually a strategic design to accelerate. So it was a decision, right? A very wise decision and a strategic decision to accelerate investments and enable us to achieve universal access to water and sanitation services by 2029, ahead of Brazil's national target. So today, Sabesp is undertaking the largest investment program in its history, with more than 70 billion allocated to expand to 70 billion reais allocated to expanding and modernizing water and wastewater infrastructure. So just to put this, let's say, into perspective, we often say that we are now investing we will invest over the next 5 years, the next 5 coming years until 2029. We will be investing the equivalent amount that was invested throughout nearly the 5 decades of the company's existence. So that's a huge amount of investments that's being made. And one of the most ambitious commitments, I would say, undertaken by Sabesp following this privatization process is the acceleration of universal access to water and sanitation services. So under our new concession agreement, our new contract, we have committed to achieving, as I said, universalization by 2029, 4 years ahead of Brazil's national target, established by the new legal sanitation framework. And this framework was enacted in 2020, so it's extremely new and recent. And this framework sets a 99% water supply coverage and a 90% sewage collection and treatment coverage until 2033. So to make this vision a reality, Sabesp is investing, as I said, over 70 billion in expansion, modernization, and resilience of water supply and wastewater systems. And this is something that, as the largest sanitation, this is the largest sanitation investment program in Latin America. But it's also something that's very transformative. It's a transformative initiative that will improve the quality of life, public health, environmental protection, and the economic development across the state as well. So there are lots of co-benefits that come from universalizing services as well. So our focus goes beyond serving consolidated urban areas. So now, given our contract and the sanitation framework, we're working to reach vulnerable communities, informal settlements, isolated populations, and rural areas that have historically faced, let's say, significant technical, operational, and land tenure challenges. In other words, universalization is not about expanding infrastructure, is not only about expanding infrastructure, but it's also about ensuring that no community is left behind. And that's what's key. So I believe that many of today's participants, I can't see you all, but I believe that many of you have had the opportunity to visit Sabesp in March and have gained firsthand insight into how we are delivering services under our new concession agreement. I remember that during that visit, we highlighted some of our key priorities, including expanding access to water and sanitation services for socially vulnerable communities, reducing water losses, and strengthening water security across the state of São Paulo. So these participants also had the chance to see our social inclusion programs in practice and better understand the complex challenges involved in connecting low income and informal settlements to the sewer network. So I truly believe that these experiences have provided a valuable perspective on the operational, social, regulatory efforts required to ensure that no community is left behind in the journey toward universalization. So, something which is important as well is to inform that we have divided, the company is huge, challenges are huge. So, we have divided our key challenges into four major groups, which are universalization, which means scaling our infrastructure network. Operational efficiency is the second one, which means reducing non-revenue water, improving network performance, and increasing energy efficiency across our operations. The third is sludge management and circularity, which means reducing sludge production and transforming this byproduct into a valuable resource for energy production. And fourth would be asset management. So enhancing the reliability, the resilience, and the performance of our infrastructure. So once we have identified our main challenges, the next question becomes, what are we actually looking for? And the answer, I can state this, the answer is very simple. We are looking for international collaboration. So, in this sense, we believe that many of the challenges we face are shared by utilities around the world, and that the best solutions they actually emerge when organizations work together. This is why we are actually seeking strategic partnerships with utilities, technology providers, research institutions, startups, multilateral organizations, and financial institutions. And through these partnerships, we aim to gain exposure to innovative and cutting edge technologies, exchange knowledge and best practices, and identify solutions that can help us address our operational and sustainability challenges more effectively. So we are also interested in developing pilot projects and proof of concept initiatives which allow us to test and validate these technologies, the new technologies, under real operating conditions before scaling them up across our system. And finally, we're also looking for innovative financing mechanisms that can support the implementation and expansion of these solutions, helping us accelerate our transformation journey and deliver better, more sustainable services to the millions of people we serve and who depend on us every single day. So, in short, we believe international stakeholder engagement is the bridge that connects us to all four challenges, all four priorities we have. And this leads us to our next question. Why is international stakeholder engagement so critical to successful program delivery? And the answer is also quite simple. The reality is that universal access cannot be achieved by a utility acting alone. The scale and complexity of today's water and sanitation challenges go far beyond the boundaries of any single organization. Whether we are talking about expanding services to underserved communities, adapting to climate change, reducing water losses, improving energy efficiency, or accelerating digital transformation, these challenges require collaboration, innovation, and most importantly, shared expertise. And I'll repeat this again, shared expertise. So, this is why international stakeholder engagement is not simply a communications activity for Sabesp. It's a strategic enabler of transformation. So, by engaging with leading water utilities, international water organizations, academia, research institutes, technology providers, development agencies, and financial institutions, we gain access to knowledge, experiences, and solutions that have already been tested, and that's important, in different parts of the world. So instead of reinventing the wheel, we can learn from the successes and failures of others and accelerate our own journey. So, international engagement also helps us identify emerging technologies and innovative approaches that can improve the way we deliver services. So, through a global network, we're also able to connect with startups and established companies developing solutions in areas such as smart metering, artificial intelligence, digital twins, advancing wastewater treatment, resource recovery, non-revenue water reduction, and renewable energy generation. But knowledge alone is not enough. We need opportunities to put innovation into practice. So international partnerships, they open the door to pilot projects and proof of concept initiatives, as I've mentioned before, allowing us to test new technologies under real operating conditions before scaling them across our system. So this reduces risk, accelerates learning, and helps ensure that investments are directed toward solutions that generate measurable value. And another key benefit is access to funding and financing opportunities. So many multilateral development banks, climate funds, international cooperation agencies, and innovation programs are actively seeking to support projects that improve water security, sanitation access, climate resilience, and sustainability. Strong international relationships help connect utilities like us, like Sabesp, with these opportunities and create pathways for implementation. And most importantly, international stakeholder engagement allows us to contribute and also to benefit from a global community of practice. Water utilities around the world are facing many of the same challenges. So, by working together, sharing experiences, and building partnerships, we can develop solutions faster and deliver greater impact for the communities we serve. So, under this vision, Sabesp established its Office of Foreign Affairs as a strategic platform to strengthen international stakeholder engagement and accelerate the company's transformation journey. So, the creation itself of the office reflects our belief that many of the solutions needed to achieve universal access, improve operational performance, and enhance sustainability can be found through collaboration beyond our borders. And the mission of the office is to build and strengthen relationships with global water utilities, international organizations, development agencies, academia, technology providers, and innovation and all the innovation ecosystem around the world. So, in addition to this, the office also helps position Sabesp as a leading voice in the global water sector, enabling us not only to learn from international best practices, but also to share our own experiences and solutions. So, we have strategically aligned. So, this is a graph, and this would be interesting to show you, but what we did was we strategically aligned our foreign affairs vision with Sabesp's corporate ambition, ensuring that every international partnership, technical exchange, and stakeholder engagement initiative contributes directly to five of the company's core strategic priorities. So, in this way, international relations become a catalyst for innovation, operational excellence, and sustainable growth. And this is also something which would be very interesting for you to visualize because it's a machine. I made a presentation showing a machine, and the Office of Foreign Affairs works cross-functionally across all 10 executive divisions and their respective technical teams. So our role as the Office of Foreign Affairs begins with what I tend to call active listening. And what is this active listening? It's actually understanding the challenges, the priorities, and the strategic needs of each technical area of the company. Only by doing so, we can effectively identify international opportunities, innovative technologies, and potential partners capable of helping us address our operational demands. So let me provide you with a practical example here. As Sabesp advances its ambitious universalization agenda, sludge generation is becoming an increasingly important challenge. So, by engaging with international or global stakeholders, benchmarking international best practices, and also scouting cutting edge technologies, we can identify circular economy solutions that turn this byproduct, which is the sludge, into a valuable resource, into a valuable resource. Instead of sending sludge to landfills, we can transform it into a feedstock for renewable fuels and other sustainable products, creating like fertilizers as an example. So creating environmental, operational, and economic value to the company. This is precisely where international stakeholder engagement becomes a powerful enabler of innovation and program delivery. And here I'd like to visually demonstrate how the Office of Foreign Affairs operates both internally and externally. And again, it's a shame I can't share my screen with you. So think of Sabesp as the main engine. Visualize this, okay, in your minds, powered by its 10 executive divisions, each represented as an interconnected gear driving the company forward. The Office of Foreign Affairs acts as a central cog in this mechanism, connecting all these internal gears. Through continuous engagement with our technical teams, we identify the company's key challenges, priorities, and also opportunities. So from there, we connect these needs to a global network of stakeholders represented by external gears, including utilities, technology providers, research institutes, multilateral organizations, governments, and water associations. So our role is to ensure that knowledge, innovation, and opportunities flow seamlessly between Sabesp and the international community. When each gear is properly connected and working in sync, the result is a well-oiled cooperation ecosystem that transforms stakeholder engagement into tangible solutions, strategic partnerships, and real value for the company and the communities we serve. So now we will explore why international stakeholder engagement is so important for Sabesp. Simply put, it helps us deliver results faster and more effectively. So it accelerates, as I said, universalization. And how does it help us in that? So, international stakeholder engagement enables us to identify cutting edge technology being developed around being developed and deployed around the world and learn from their real world applications. It also provides access to financing mechanisms, innovation programs, and strategic partnerships that help us accelerate testing, scaling, and implementation of these solutions. So by connecting with global leaders and innovators, we can bring the best, reducing risk and delivering greater value to our customers and communities. It also drives innovation. So many of the solutions that will shape the future of water utilities are emerging from startups and global innovation ecosystems. So countries such as the Netherlands and Israel have become leading hubs for water innovation, generating disruptive technologies that address some of the sector's most pressing challenges. By engaging with these ecosystems, with these companies, with these countries, we gain access to a pipeline of new ideas and solutions that can be tested through the pilot projects and proof of concept initiatives. So these pilots are essential because they allow us to evaluate. Um, hello? Hello? Hello?
Continue.
Hello?
Continue.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So it's important to bear in mind, but something that's important to bear in mind is that a solution that performs exceptionally well in one country may not necessarily deliver the same results in another due to differences in infrastructure, climate, and operational realities, which are different across the world. So, testing innovations in our own environment helps us validate this effectiveness, reduce implementation risks, and ensure that we can truly deliver the expected outcomes. So ultimately, this approach enables Sabesp to make smarter investment decisions while accelerating the adoption of technologies that create tangible value for our operations. And also, it provides access to knowledge and best practices. So, being part of global water networks and associations is also a powerful enabler of international collaboration. It connects us with leading water utilities, industry experts, and a wealth of benchmarking initiatives around the world. Through these networks, we can learn from proven success stories, replicate approaches that have delivered results in similar contexts, and also avoid, and this is what's important, avoid strategies that have not worked elsewhere. So these platforms also provide invaluable opportunities to engage with a diverse range of stakeholders across the water and sanitation sector and help us gain early visibility into emerging trends, innovative technologies, and new partnership opportunities as well, helping Sabesp anticipate future challenges and continuously improve the services we provide to our customers. And the last one, which is unlocks funding and technical assistance. So working with multilateral development banks and international cooperation agencies is a key enabler for innovation and infrastructure delivery. These organizations not only provide access to financial resources, that are essential for implementing new technologies, but they also support the entire project development cycle. Their assistance often begins with a project preparation, feasibility studies, technical assessments, and capacity building initiatives, creating the conditions necessary for successful implementation and long-term sustainability. And for Sabesp, this support is invaluable because it helps us, as I said, reduce risk. This is extremely important to reduce risk, strengthen project design, and ensure that investments generate the greatest possible impact. In addition, multilateral development banks play a critical role in financing large-scale water and sanitation infrastructure projects by providing long-term funding aligned with development objectives. They help utilities in emerging economies accelerate service expansion, improve operational performance, and advance universal access to water and sanitation. So a good example here is that Sabesp partnered with JICA, which is Japan International Cooperation Agency, which finances projects aimed at advancing universalization goals in São Paulo's coastal region. And these investments, they contribute not only to the expansion of sanitation services, but also to a significant they also hold significant environmental benefits, which include improved beach water quality and the prevention of and the preservation of marine ecosystems. Another challenge is climate change and the growing pressure on natural resources are among the greatest challenges facing the world today, right? So, in fact, the World Economic Forum consistently ranks climate-related risks among the most significant threats to economies and societies. So, for water, sorry?
Yes, thank you so much. Can we round up?
Yes, yes. I was going to give other examples, but I understand that we are short in time. So, yeah, I would like to just say that I would like to thank you for the presentation, for the opportunity. And I would like just to emphasize as a last final message that the key message is that no utility can shape the future of water alone. No one can work alone. So cooperation is key to move to a more sustainable, a more resilient, and a more water secure future. So all of this lies in cooperation. So thank you.
Oh, so very much. You've given us very key points that we are going to talk about it briefly after the break now. I want to appreciate you for your time because I understand that it's just early hour of the morning in Brazil and we were able to wake you up from the bed to do this presentation. We appreciate your effort.
No worries.
And hope to work with you continuously in the future. Thanks and have a blessed day ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Felicia. Likewise.
I think it is now time we can go out for the tea break and then before we come back and continue. Coming back will be hands-on because all presentations have been done. And so coming back, your systems now start talking with your systems. So we continue from there till we close. Thank you for your patience and we can go out for break now. capitalize on some few things that Mr. Patrick talked about that is very key to us. You know, his topic was why stakeholder engagement is key in program delivery. And he talked about, you know, strong collaboration across multiple stakeholders. He talked about how 98% of their population gets water from a community, from one water source. Let me give you people a gist about Brazil. Brazil has a water service provider called SABASP. It's a state-owned water, like a state water agency. But I bet you every community, every nooks and cranny of that state are all connected to one water pump. And not just water, they deal more on sanitation. When you want to talk about them, they talk more of sanitation, but water and sanitation is seamlessly attended to. And so if you see it is a control approach that you won't say one is lacking. Everything is controlled at one point. And their stakeholders are very diverse. They are much, but they are able to collaborate with all of them as if they are just in one piece. We went to a village. They took us to a place which is like their village. It looks like a Jegule of Nigeria. That's where you have all the drug addicts in this world. It's like even visitors that goes to Brazil and becomes drug addict, they find themselves in that place. Because it's a very big community. It took them over 6. They said a woman is the leader of that community. If you see her, when she came to talk to us, she was a very old woman. She was wearing a knicker. That shows that her own head too is running above sea level. When she came to address us, and we were like, this woman, for her to be able to control this kind of people, they are everywhere. They are not hiding. They are everywhere. The moment you get into that village, you see them everywhere. Even when we were going, the people that were taking us, they told us that we have to be very careful and that we should pray that they will allow us to take pictures. Immediately they saw our camera, one of them came with very big chain and open body. They all displayed their body and told us that if we don't put our cameras and our phones in our pocket, we will not succeed in what brought us to this place. That's how we all put our phones down. The woman said she was watching a television and she saw another lady giving her own, telling her story, how she was water into her community. And she picks her phone and called the woman. So the woman now had to put her through on how to start the process of because there's no government intervention in that place. So the woman spoke to her fellow woman and she was guided on how to approach government. It took them 6 months. 6 months of stakeholder engagement back and forth within the community, not government yet. 6 months within that locality, she had to first identify the different stakeholders that she had within that place and was having meetings with them separately before they were able to resolve that they are willing to receive government presence. And then before they now approach Mr. Patrick. Mr. Patrick said he took them another 6 months plus to be able to get their equipment on ground, to start connecting both water and sanitation. Because what they do is they have a central control point where all their waste, their liquid waste goes to, and where their water goes to. So they showed us the one for sanitation is green pipe. Then the one for water is black. Because the one for water is bigger, it's low, it's down. The one for sanitation is not big and lighter, it's on top. So we asked them a question, saying, how will you be able to control this pipe that they will not get burst on the way and contaminate the water? And they told us that they have a time frame of how long those pipes will stay on ground, and they will change them. Whether there is a problem or not, they'll change them. But I bet you in Nigeria, we still have Lord Lugard pipes, still giving us water, and the asbestos pipe. And so they have a very control system. That was why I wanted him to talk to us. But it was a pity that we couldn't see him. He's in charge of their communication and international relations. So he collaborates with all manner of stakeholders in his company. And so, you know, he talked about how strong collaboration across multiple stakeholders is a plus for us. He talked about how having a 4-year plan, a plan at the end of every year, you now tell yourself, okay, this is your projection. In the next 4 years, this is what we will achieve, is a plus. He talked about how they deal with all manner of people, the vulnerable, the women, the youth, the children. They are all captured in their plans. He talks about how they are trying to reduce non-revenue water and how they are managing their flood. He talked about their international collaboration. You know, they have gone to the extent that they are in the global map. They sell their shares. They sell their shares to the global world. People come in to invest through shares. That's why they are succeeding. And it is because they have put their house in order. And so, if you listen to his presentation, at every point he was talking about collaboration. Collaboration was like his watchword. And he told us how stakeholders' engagement is critical to program delivery. It's not this one you're coming to Ogoja and you come and just meet Felicia community and you feel you've collaborated. Remember, they do it to every level. Even the drunkard, they gather them and talk to them about the good, what this thing is bringing. And so in that community now, you know, they have been able to agree. So it took them like 1 year. So before SURWASH, we didn't do any collaboration. That's why most of us, most communities, we just go, it's looking like we are not succeeding because we are not engaging the people. We are not engaging the people. So as communication officers, you have to pen down some levels, approaches that you can engage people. And if you don't help your bosses, they won't know. So he also talked about that strategic tools for organization are the life of whatever we are doing. You had, if you remember what Miriam told us in the morning in the first presentation, he talked about how we should be able to plan, put a strategy in place that will help us succeed. And so the benefits of community engagement can never be overemphasized. It is just key to whatever we are doing. And benchmarking best practices is key. That means we have to write our success stories. It is not all about SURWASH that is not working. It's not all. There are a lot that is happening. So if we don't make that our story, nobody will tell it for us. And so knowledge opportunities flows, that it should flow seamlessly across all implementers. And we should learn to collaborate with one another. So those are my take-home points from his presentation. I don't know what was yours. Maybe you just felt he's an Oyibo man, he was just talking to himself. I saw a lot of you were sleeping. Somebody was even snoring on my table. I'm not talking about another table, I'm talking about my table. So, you see, those were my take-home points from his presentation. So that's just the few I want to leave us with. We should learn to collaborate. E&S are in your state. Learn to work with them. You're going to work with E&S. You're making it look as if it's your right. No. There is a way you people will talk together and you will do it. I remember when we started from the federal, if they travel, when we did all those first leg of GRC training and, setting up committees, I was joining them. But after some time, when they felt that I shouldn't join them again, my boss called me and said, why are they traveling and you're not there? I said, sir, that's not an issue. Just let it sleep. I have so much work that I can develop for myself that is more than jumping to travel with E&S people. And that was how he slept. So if you develop activities and you make yourself useful, you won't be running to follow anybody. But the only thing they need to know is that they cannot publish what they are doing. They need you to help them publish it. And right now, the next activity we are going to go on. Innocent, are we ready? Okay. So it's live up website refresher, users registration. And so, can I get your attention, please? For each state, we know your two, but we have a contact person. We are going to, for Benway, the login access will be given to Sule. So Sule, whatever your state is doing, can I get peace, please? Whatever Benway, whatever your state, your other IAs are doing, if they want to report it, they will pass it to you after they've set their news. They'll pass it to you. You will look at it, confirm with the MD if it is okay before you take it to the platform and you pop. So the access link is given to Ole Sule. And then for Castina, the access link will be to you. So you work with Abubakar. But know that you're not supposed to release this access link to any other person so that they will not have access to be publishing what you wouldn't want to go there. So that's why it must pass through you. For CNC, we are giving to Mrs. Okolo. And then for the Ministry of Water Resources, we are giving to Wofai. For Delta State, we are giving to Mr. Patrick. For Imo, we are giving to Pascal. For Plateau, we are giving to Rahab. For Ekiti, is going to Funke, Yetunde. For Kaduna, we are giving to Afion. For NAP, we are giving to Mr. Austin. For Ogun, we are giving to Okwe. I'm right. For Abia, we are giving to, is it Divine also? Divine. Okay, we are giving to Divine. And then for sanitation, Federal Ministry of Water Resources, we are giving to Rosemary. For Gombe, we are giving to Hawa. For P-Wash, we are giving to Mr. Sunday. And then for Bauchi, we are giving to Hassan. For Taraba, we are giving to Mrs. Danjuma. Miss Danjuma. So that's how it should be. But why we say two people should come is because we want the two of you to have the knowledge of what it is. And so when you finish from here, It is expected that when you get back to your state, you cascade this information, this knowledge to your state communication officers, but you're not releasing the access code. You only teach them how to do it, but you're not releasing the access code to them. So that's just what I want to share with us before I hand over the mic to, because from now till we finish for today, is how to, they want to launch it now. They will blast it into your phone. And when you see them, make sure you have data. Don't tell me you don't have data. So the moment you see the link, please accept and let's start going. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Idara Obot, and before we go into workshop 5, I'm just going to be giving us another runner about who Takeout Media is. So Takeout Media is a strategic communications and advertising agency. So what we do is that we are literally at the intersection of communication and technology. In simple terms, if your organization has a communication, any problem, right, that can be solved through either communication or through technology, we are the guys for you. So we have 4 strategic business units. We have Engine Studios, that is a storytelling production studio. We have TM Labs, which is in charge of technology and innovations. They are the guys that did amazing blog sites. We have design team, who is in charge of designs. They're in charge of motion graphics. And we have TM Foundation. TM Foundation is the impact arm of Takeout Media. This is where we give back to the creative economy. So we've worked with some clients across different industries, ranging from oil and gas. We're looking at banking and so on. But what stands out the most about us is the fact that we are able to adapt to the needs of your organization. So whenever you think about Takeout Media, whenever you hear Takeout Media, what I want you to take back with you is the fact that we are your ideal growth partner. So going into this, I want to also stress again the importance of this blog site. I know Innocent has already covered that, but I think it's important for us to understand why exactly we're doing what we're doing. So there are 3 major reasons for this blog site. The first one is communication, and then we have accountability and sustainability. For communication, every single one of the participating states is going to be able to give reports out, progress reports. They're going to be able to tell stories about the impact that has been made so far in the states. And we have accountability. The public is able to see everything, right? They are able to hold us accountable. And they're able to make sure that the objectives which have been set by SURWASH are being achieved. And then we have sustainability, which is the most important. We don't want a situation where all the work that has been done dies, right? So we want the work, the impact that has been made to be able to live long, even after the program has finished, right? So those are the most important things. And it's very important for us to follow the protocols which have been set during the workshop so far, mainly because of credibility and then because of integrity for every single person that is here and for the SURWASH program itself. So I'll be handing over now to our Digital and Innovations Head, Mr. Richie Ngaro. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Idara, for that introduction. I'm Richie Ngaro. I'm the Digital Products Manager here at TM Labs. And just like Idara mentioned, TM Labs is the technology subdivision TM Global. And essentially what we do is essentially build products, right? Software engineering products, as the case may be, whether it's a website or it's an app or it's a simple technology solution that is to automate a process or make things easier, just like we've done with SURWASH. And I just want to say we are grateful for the opportunity to do this as TM Labs and also as Takeout Media. It's not something we take for granted at all. And I would just like to say thank you to the entire SURWASH team for the opportunity to do this. So I don't know, we had a session about 2-3 days ago I just want to see a wave of hands if there was anybody in the online session that we did. Just if you were just let me just okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, almost everybody here was around. So I'm just going to run through a refresher of what we said there. I'm not going to go into details, basically. So just next slide. Let's just have a refresher. The next slide, please. All right. So essentially, we're going to get to the practical side of Okay.
So we have a good.
You have a good number, yes. Okay, all right, awesome. So we're going to be getting to the practical side of things. If you remember during the last refresher we did online, the virtual class that we did, I don't know if I was audible enough, I hope so. We were able to go through essentially that we have two subdivisions of the newsletter platform, right? And we have the editors and then we have the approvers, right? And essentially the editors are essentially the communication officers, right? Officers do is that you write articles, right? And you write articles, and those articles are sent via the platform to the Abuja editors for approval and then posting onto the website, right? The website is newsletter.surwash.ng. So essentially, anytime you write an article, you can save it as a draft before you send it out. You can also push it out immediately you finish writing it. But the key thing is that once you send as a communications officer, or as the person reporting for your state, once you send an article, that article is actually sent to HQ for approval before it's then published onto the website. So you can't publish directly as a communication officer. That's the key thing that I'm trying to communicate here with the platform that we built. We're going to be having a practical login session. For that, everybody, we have some TM Labs members around. Anybody tag like this during the practical session, you can reach out to them to ask them questions and they'll guide you accordingly. A key thing that I wanted to mention about the platform is that it's a key tool for us in shaping the story that we want to talk about, right? When I came in earlier on, there was somebody talking about stories and how to craft those stories to change the narrative. And that's what we're trying to do with the newsletter platform, right? So every single word that is written, every picture that is uploaded is supposed to change the narrative about not just SURWASH, but also what is happening within the states themselves. And the key thing is that if you go online on Google, you can just pick your phone and do the exercise yourself, right? I did it myself. And one thing is if you search, for example, SURWASH XT or SURWASH Delta, what you will see is the announcements, right? Essentially, you're going to see things like SURWASH has partnered with the Delta State. This has partnered with Ekiti State too. Abia State is part of the, but there's no information that says at a glance when somebody says that, okay, this is what is happening within the state, right? All we have are basically two. We are going to. And SURWASH is doing a lot of work. I believe so. And that information or that story needs to be told online. So essentially what we want to change is the narrative of SURWASH is going to SURWASH has, this is what we have. So once you search SURWASH Ekiti, we want you to be able to see the things that have been done in Ekiti. We want you to be able to see the things that have been done in Delta. And the way we do that is by these articles. Like once we write those articles as a communication officer and we push them on the platform, they're able to search. When people search on Google, they're able to see the links of these different articles that we have, right? So that's the work that we are doing. We're actually changing the narrative in one way or the other with the articles that we do. And it's a very big and important thing, both for us as Stakeout Media in terms of our vision. We look to change culture and shape opinions. That's something that's key for us. at the moment. Would prefer if you use your laptop. Would prefer, but you can use your phone. Okay. All right. So yes, would prefer if you use your laptops as much as possible, even when writing articles. Would prefer if you use your laptop, but you can use your phones. Yeah. You tried logging? Okay. No, no, no. Okay, no, you can't log in yet until we invite you. Oh, is sorry, they need the internet? Sorry, Innocent. Is there anyone that can help us out with the internet? They are complaining that the internet is not working. Yes. Mm. It's not strong. Connected to it. They'll work on. No, they say it's not working, like it's taking too long. It's working now. Yeah. Aye. Okay, I see. So even our personal networks on our phones it's not working. So they said specifically the 5G.
Yes.
Specifically the 5G.
And
So they are
the password.
Yes.
At JWH at Bolton. That's the password.
No, it's all small letters.
All small letters. Remove it and show everybody.
Maybe just bring.
No, just remove the paper.
I just bring the entire thing.
I'll bring it out. At JWH at Bolton.
Small letters, all small letters. So Frederick Douglass 5G. Make sure it's the 5G one.
5G.
And then at JWH at Bolton, all small letters. So while that is going on, just to confirm, have we sent the emails, Roy? Okay. Can we display what that email will look like? So they've sent the emails. All the communication officers should have their emails at the moment. Just check your inbox. You should have an invite from SURWASH. We're going to be displaying what that looks like shortly. I'm going to need, is it practical session? I'll just need permission. So once you've gotten or seen the email, can I just have a wave of hands just to be sure that we've gotten that email? And there's people behind, there's people around you. Anybody with the brooch is available to help you sort things out. Wi-Fi is Frederick Douglass, 5G. Password is at GWH at Bolton. Bolton as in DJ Okocha's former club, right? Okay, so this is the email. You should see an email like this. From Sanity, yes, Sanity. Okay. Has anybody seen this email? Just checking. Yes, okay, awesome. So you can click the accept invitation. But let me just confirm if the rest of them. Not yet. Praise, please. If you've not seen it, just wave your hand. So get there. Raf, please. Oh no, Rosalie. Anybody else hasn't gotten the email? Okay. You'll view it shortly. Okay. Sorry, they'll be with you shortly. Please, we have to confirm that. No, it's for the communication officer specifically for that state. So there's a representative for each state. And it's only that email that has been sent an invite. Oh, yes, please. So, Prince Rosalind Ralph, make sure you confirm that the email that they are searching is the one that is part of that list. I think, like I explained on the virtual call, we really want to. Okay, that's it. Yeah? Just hold it. Yes, that's perfect. So once you click on it, just hold on for us. We're going to come ahead. We just want to make sure everybody is following along. Just confirm that the email is part of the mailing list, first of all. That's reason. Please, if you haven't seen the email, okay? No, two people have seen the email, right? Gotten the email. Sorry, which state? Imo State. You've gotten the email too. Awesome. Thank you. You haven't got it yet. So once, if you get the email, just click on the link and just hold on. We'll continue the process from there.
Hello. 1, 2.
So sorry for those of us that have already gotten the email and clicked on it. Let's just hold on and wait for the others. So we go ahead at once. Thank you. Thank you so much. I can see that a bunch of us have clicked the link. That's fine. For the other states that were not added, we are working on adding it now. Sorry. I see that a bunch of us have clicked the link. That's fine. For the other states that were not added, we are working on adding it now. Sorry. I see that the most of us have the link. That's fine. For the other states that were not added, we are working on adding it now. All right. So I think everybody has got the email now. Is there anybody that hasn't got to the email? Anyone that hasn't got to the email yet? All right. Roy, I think we can make progress now to the login, the sign up page. All right. Okay. So in that email, there's a big button that says accept invitation, right? So you just click on it and you should take you to the next screen that's showing now. Right. So you should see this screen. Can everybody just confirm that you are on this screen once you click that button? All right. I need more confirmations. I know Imo State is already there. All right. Bauchi is there. Thank you. Ekiti State is there. Awesome. All right. Please, everybody on this page. I think let's hold on for Katina. Abigos. All right. Awesome. So everybody's here. One more. Who's remaining? Abia State. All right. You've not gotten email? All right. This is the hardest part of the whole thing. Once we have our passwords, it's very easy to log in and write your articles. So the next thing is, if you're on this page, click sign up, where the arrow is, just click sign up. Don't use the login or any of this. Just click sign up. So move the arrow around that area so they know. Sign up here. So you're clicking on sign up. All right. Yeah, sign up is down. If you're using your mobile phone, you need to scroll down. Sign up here. Sorry? Yes, so you just carry email, phone name, and passport.
So once you click sign up, the next button to click is continue with email.
Because you have to use that same email to sign up essentially. And once you click on it, you can go ahead.
Is everybody here?
Is everybody here? Once you click on sign up, the next thing is to continue with your email. On mobile too. The what? Okay. Yes, the email that you used. All right. So that same email that we sent you, that same email, just type it out.
Yes.
With your full name and then set your password. Yes. Make sure it's the email that got the invite that is being signed up. Yes. A new one. And you set the password essentially. You can set whatever password that you want, but take note that is the communications account for your state, essentially. So that's the person that is going to be responsible for all comms coming from that specific state, right? So that's what we're doing. So just set any password and make sure the email is the same email that got the invitation. Yeah, your full name, first name, and your last name, and then you can set your password. Please take note of the password. You can write it down on a piece of paper, save it as a contact in your phone. Make sure it's safe so that you can remember it. The password that you set. It's very important because if anybody has the password and they log into the editor's portal, they can submit articles on behalf of your state. That's why we are being security conscious by making sure only one person has access, right? All right. So once you're done putting in your password, you can click on create account.
Hello.
Has everybody set and created their account? All right. Thank you. Just checking. Once you finish filling it, just click on create account. So how many of us have created accounts? Thank you. Thank you, Imo. Thank you, Bauchi. No worries. So once you click on create accounts, they will send a verification code to your email, right? Just enter that verification code on that screen and then just wait for us so that we'll catch up. Once you enter that verification code, you should see SURWASH. You should see a square with SURWASH there. All right. Roy, can we continue? Just click on create your account. So once you click on create account, they will ask you to enter the 4-digit code sent to this email, right? Which was the email you used to sign up and the email we sent an invitation to. Just fill in the code and then click on verify. The code is sent to your email. Yes, just get that code. The code is in your email. Roy? Is he? Yeah. All right. So how many of us have verified? I've put in the number. Thank you. Thank you. You've not gotten the code? Just check that email, the one that we sent the invitation to. You should see a code like this.
See your email here. Easy one chip without it.
Okay. So we're hearing laughs in some corner. That means all is well. Okay. So have we gotten in? Has everybody verified their email? Not yet. Okay. The network. So to come in. Yes. Okay. You click. You accepted already. Okay, no problem. You've gone ahead of us.
Just pause there. Once you accept invitation, just pause there so everyone can meet you there and
Meet
move
up
to the
with
next stage.
Do we need to select? We just accept invitation. And
just accept and pause there. Don't do any other thing apart from that.
So once you verify, you should be on this page where you see SURWASH. If you don't see SURWASH, then you've not followed the process that we outlined. So once you're there, you just click on accept invitation and you can just hold on. Sorry? All right. Has our network, Ralph? Him, no, here. Him. No, no, him. Behind. So once you click on accept invitation, you should see one pop-up on the dashboard. I'm just waiting for everyone else. Praise. I do good. Okay. 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 All right. Roy. Let's click on that. So let's click on. So once you accept the invitation, it should show you a screen like this. Just click on dismiss or skip.
Yeah. So once you've accepted the invitation, the next step is to open a new tab in your browser. Open a new tab in your browser. Then type in newsletter.showwas.ng.
So just open another new tab.
After you've accepted the invitation, open a new tab.
You've accepted it. Okay, you verified it.
So
Okay.
now open a new tab.
Yes. Once you verify it,
And
get
accept
code
the
and
invitation.
No, no, no. Roy. I say Roy. Ralph.
Help him out. Please help him out.
Help him out. Okay. Open a new tab.
Are we all here?
And then just hold on. Yes.
What do you write? Yeah, the URL is on the screen now. So just open a new tab and type it in.
Okay. So have we logged in? Yes, the email and password. So once you go to this website, the newsletter.surewash.ng, right? This is this newsletter.surewash.ng. Roy, you can just see at the top right corner here, there is this editor portal. Once you click on it, it will take you to another screen to enter your email and password. So anytime you want to post, there's 5G. So anytime you click on that editor portal, if you want to log in to write an article, just go to the newsletter.surewash.ng website. Click on editor portal, enter your email and your password, and you'll be in the dashboard where you can write articles. So going forward, that is how you access the platform to write articles, right? When we go back to our various states and we want to write. Yes, it's fine. It's okay. Yes, it's fine. That's perfect. We'll continue from there. So Roy, if you once you enter your email and password, it should bring you to a screen like this. How many of us can confirm that we're here? That's please. You are there. It's already there. So once you're in there, just hold on. We'll continue from here now. So make sure you save your password. If you see any pop-up, just keep on skip, dismiss. This is where we should be seeing. All right. Let's just hold on a little bit for everyone. Okay. I think, are we good now? Has everybody logged in? Is it innocent? Yes, but you click on editor's portal if you want to. Roy. On mobile, the screen will look a little bit different, but just once you're here, just hold on. You're good, yeah? All right. Okay, just to confirm, is everybody here now? If you are not here, just let me signify with a wave of hand. So you should be on this page where you see by the left article by state and then all articles. Right? Okay, we're just holding on for one more person to join us so that we just move. We're going to send a video that will serve as a guide after the session so that everybody is, you can always refer back to the video. Now, hold on. Roy. Oh. Okay. All right. So we're waiting for one more person, I believe. As much as possible, I advise you use your laptop, so it's a larger screen. On mobile, you can have something a little bit smaller. Okay. So are we still holding on for anyone again? Ralph, he's still coming? Okay. Is he on 5G? Yes, we'll come there. We're already going ahead. We're leaving the class. So sorry. Some people are eager to push on. Just a little bit more. Praise. Okay. Network. With this 5G. Use the system. Praise. Log in on the system. Just log in on the system. Let's just hold on a little bit. So we're just waiting for two more states. Two more states to join us and we go ahead. All right. For those of us that are already here, if you have guessed already, Katsina, Bauchi, Imo, let's get back. So for those of us that are here, once you are on this page, anytime you log in, you click on articles by state. Now, once you click on articles by state, you will see your states listed there. So just click on your states if you're already there, right? Click on articles and then you see articles by state and then you see your state, right? So you can click on it and you can click your state. Roy. Where's Roy? Click on FCT. All right. So you should see this now, right? So this is where you come to write your article. If you want to add a new article, there's a plus button at the top under your state. So you just click the plus button and then it gives you another interface to write your articles. Just wait, it is loading. Yes, that's where you write under your state. So, sorry. So yes. So once you click on the plus button under your state, you see this interface where you can start typing your article. We're going to go through each entry field one by one. It might appear very small on mobile. That is why we advise you use a laptop. Please, who are we waiting for? Are we waiting for any state? Okay. Raf, please. So it's very important that anytime you log in, you don't go under another state to start writing article for them, right? You don't click on another state. If you click on another state, you are essentially reporting on behalf of that state. And by the time you get to HQ, we'll be wondering where we started having cocoa in Sokoto State or something like that. So it's important that you click your state and you add your article. We are going to go through each of these so that we understand how to feel and how to write articles going forward. Just to confirm, how many of us can see this screen here right now? Okay, awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Okay, 10. All right, a good number of us. I'm just waiting for some other people. By the left-hand side, you can see other articles that have been published and are currently on the website, right? That's on newsletter. .surwash.ng. So once you write your article and it is published, it will also be added to the list of articles that we have and to our database. But for now, we are focused on this side of the screen, which is where we'll basically write our articles and upload our images. All right.
Which is weird.
Ministry. Now, SURWASH, sanitation. Now, whatever has SURWASH is involved, connection with you must report. But you have problem. You give us report and news. Be consult. You are not being consult. Okay, so that is giving up time.
Okay, Roy. Need you there. Where's Rosalind? Go and meet Roy. I want Roy to be there. Meet to collect. Roy. All right. So let's just go back again and understand how we got here. So essentially, anytime you come on newsletter.surewash.ng, you click on editor portal. For everybody who has been given access, you are an editor. And an editor means that you can write articles that will be published on this website. So you come to newsletter.surewash.ng and you click on editor portal. Now, when you click on editor portal, you have inputted your email and your password, right? So Roy, let's click on it. No, don't worry. We are just rewinding. Just relax. We are rewinding. So you're already there. So once you click on editor, everybody has clicked on editor portal. You log in with your email and your password. And then you get to this dashboard. Now, once you get to this dashboard, you click on articles by state because you want to write an article for your state, right? You want to report on a recent development or project that has been executed within your state. Now, once you click on article by state, you'll be able to see the different states that are under the SURWASH program. It's very important that you don't write your article for another state. So you go directly to your state. In this case, the person who is editing is from Abuja. So the person clicked on Abuja. Now, once you click on Abuja, you click on the plus icon, right? That is in the next tab that opened. Once you click on that plus icon, this right-hand side of your screen will load, or you see something, a place that will load and will have different entry points. And you can start reading each of the publishing rules. So I think we can go ahead now. Is there anybody who is not here? Or is there anybody that needs clarity with how to get here? Anybody with clarity? All right. All right. I know that there's about 2 more people. But let's see. All right. So can we just take some time to read the SURWASH Comms publishing rules? They are very important for us to be able to push our articles on the website and also have the right information being passed out. So right off the bat, I'll just dive into each of the fields. So for every article, you have to start by giving it a title, right? So let's all, yes. So I believe that different states came up and read some articles that they had, right? So let's just try posting that article now. Let's just try that, right? We're going to be posting an article live that will go live on the newsletter feed. So essentially, you start off by writing your article title, as the case may be. I know Madam Felicia mentioned that you can use ChatGPT to get a better title, right? So whatever AI tool you use, whether it's Google, as the case may be, you just write out the title. Yeah. So Roy, just write out the title of your article first. That's the first starting point. Yeah, practical. It's practical. So please, let's just fill it out together so that if there's anywhere that there needs to be any question, we solve it, and we are well aware, right? So testing article workshop. Yes. That is our own title. Oh no, I would rather we report on this event. Yes. So let's give it a title. A title. We want to write an article about this particular event, this workshop today. So what title are we going to give it? Any change? Okay. Digital Leader Summit. I like it. I love it. Anyway, we are going with Digital Leader Summit. Oh. We are going with it. All right. Amazing. We're all leaders. Digital Leaders Summit. Roy, please let's have it. Summit, yes. Because next year the hall will be bigger. I'll have more people. It's a summit now. We invited a Brazilian. Yes. It's just that we didn't do flyer like that. So we'll do a flyer next time. Yes, Digital Leaders Summit. 2026? 2026. 2026. Madam Felicia, I think they've given us the title for our summit too. 2027. Yes. So we'll have 27 on. And they say Abuja chapter. Out of it. No problem. So on your end, you can type the same thing, right? So well, you can follow it or you type your own about it. Yes, your own story. All right. So the next will be have we all typed in our titles? Okay, awesome. Not all? Okay. Your own story with your own title. It's taking you back. Okay. So Roy, let's go ahead. Oh, good. All right. Rough. It's good, huh? All right. So the next will be the URL slug. How do I explain this without sounding technical? But the URL slug is essentially what will show in the link. Like that's what will be the link for that particular article that you're writing. And this one, you don't need to type anything. You just click on generate. And it will fill in for you. So it's just the link, right? It will be newsletter.surwash.ng / whatever is written here. You're just generating the website link. Sorry? It has repeated. So once you click on generate. Yes, exactly. Exactly. There's a hyphen. So it's just technical terms for we are giving it a link that it can live on the internet. This is his house that we are giving it practically, right? Then the next is have we all generated the URL slug? Okay, awesome. So just think of it as the house where the article will stay. You are giving it house. Then the next will be the newsletter edition, right? Now you need to give it its landlord, right? And essentially, a newsletter is simply a collection of articles, right, that will be sent out in terms of communication to the different emails and partners and stakeholders that we have, right? So every article must be part of a newsletter edition. At the moment, we only have one edition. This is our edition 1 from March to June 2026. Do we understand it? So a newsletter is an accumulation of articles from different states. So when you are writing your article, you have to define which newsletter or which period that article falls under. Essentially, in this case, if you click the drop down by the right, you will see that the only edition we have is the newsletter for March to June 2026, right? Which is reintroducing SURWASH. We've titled it Reintroducing SURWASH. Every time you come to write an article, you're going to see different newsletters here. For example, when we send for March to June, we're going to have for July to September, right? That will be our next edition. So you have to make sure that your article falls under the right newsletter when you're actually writing it itself, so that you're reporting for that period, essentially. And of course, as a communication officer, you cannot write or create your own newsletter edition. A newsletter edition is created by the headquarters. It's essentially the headquarters that creates a newsletter edition. So a scenario where we'll see is like, for example, HQ has created a new newsletter edition. We say, okay, we need emails, we need articles for July to September, right? So maybe you might see an email or a message from Madam Felicia or anybody from HQ saying, write your articles or reports for July to September, right? And then you now log in and then you write your article title and then you come and you select that particular reporting period that you're actually writing the article for. Right. So the key thing to note is that your article must always fall under a newsletter edition. So when you come here and you click the drop down, you select the newsletter edition that you're actually writing for. So I don't know if there are any questions. I feel like there will be questions. No question? All right. So we all understand it. Thank you. So we can move ahead. All right, Roy. So, okay. All right. Let's skip this part. Yes, please. You can actually, but what is going to happen is that when that newsletter is sent out to the stakeholders, that article will not be part of it because we've already posted for that last part. And on the website, it will just go and fall behind where April articles should be. So it will not show as part of the recent ones. You're essentially just updating past information. Yes, checks back. They will see it there. Oh, yeah. So we're going to skip this approval status for now. Let's just make progress, right? We're going to come back to it. For the next part is the state and the region, right? Of course, this is a clear cut in terms of you just click the drop down and then select the particular state that you're in. So Roy, let's click the drop down and then. So you just select your state. Again, make sure you select your actual state. You have to be sure that you're not posting for another state, as the case may be, right? So it's pretty straightforward. And the next part will be the article category. Now, there are different categories where your article might fall under. It can be a program overview, a leadership message, any of these, press release, news updates, field report, policy brief, right? We're just testing. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. It can also be news updates. Okay. Click the drop down. Let's, I think Madam Felicia will guide us. All right. Thank you, Ma. So under community stroke human interest, our stories can come under there. But for this, our own, this is a news update. Oh. Abi? The Digital Leader Summit. Yeah. So it's news update. Yes. So let's change that to news updates, Roy. Hmm. Yeah. Hmm.
And ready to put in the next work plan, ready to put 40 billion naira to carry out the activity of SURWASH for the next 1 year. That's the leadership issue that nobody can contest.
We're sorting out our Wi-Fi. Okay, so we're back. So let's change our article category to a news update. News updates, our article category. Why are we going up and down? Roy. Okay. Okay. Yes. Thank you. So for the next part, you can set it to future in the hero section. So, Roy, just navigate. Let's see what the hero section looks like on the main. So if you click this, just open the SURWASH website. Scroll. Innocent, come on, answer. He gave thumbs up. So if you click on the hero section, right, your article will appear as one of the most recent ones here. So it's going to be part of the very, very recent ones. So it's be one of these listed ones that, yeah, that's what that means. So we can go back to our screen, our editing screen. Sorry, which one? Okay. So hero posts, that feature as hero posts, when enabled, this article displays as the featured spotlight on the newsletter homepage. So you can click it, it will show as one of the most recent ones. Like when people land on the website, it will be one of the articles that will show. So we can maybe just turn it on, Roy. But there's no need. Yeah. So it's fine, that's it. If it's on, it's on. Can I turn it on? All right. So this is the next part. Our article needs an image. Okay, we are still at the hero section part. On. Okay, that's fine. And don't worry, it won't show. It's when you post that it will show. Yeah, it's when you post that it will show. Yes, to make sure that it shows as part of that hero. It's when you post that it will actually show there. Or rather, when it has been approved by HQ, then it will show there.
Say that it's supposed to HQ and supposed to click on it right there. I think maybe later you disable it. It's on process.
Okay. All right. So everybody's good. All right. So the next thing is our article must have a face or an image. All right. So just like we saw Madam Felicia's face as she was asking, it's very important that the images that we put, I mean, I don't need to go all in on that, but we need to have the right consent. We need to have right copyright to that image because this is being communicated to the public. And of course, images should speak to our article and support what our article is actually saying or what we are communicating to everyone. I believe Innocent also took a section where he spoke about the kind of images that we should post all the rules that apply to the images that would go on social media also apply here, right? So we can just, for the image, just click on upload. Do we have any image from here that we can use? Maybe we can just drop one quickly to the phone and so you can upload your image on your part, on your own end. All right. All right. So while our image is uploading, you can be filling the next field. So the next field is you simply explaining what is happening in the image, right? It's very important that you at least write one sentence. Maybe it can be something like, boy, yes, boy pouring water, new tap hole at Ekiti State. Just describing the image itself, what's happening in the image. Boy pouring, that's not what is on our image. Oh. You can write delegates at SURWASH conference. Delegates sitting down at SURWASH conference. Delegates. So, Roy, a cross section of delegates at SURWASH. A cross section of delegates at what? You go back and edit. Section of delegates. Yeah. At SURWASH. So delete our first D. All right. So it's pretty simple. So you explain. The reason is because, I mean, it's the internet, right? And somebody can come and imagine somebody randomly searching for delegate SURWASH. You know, anytime you search on Google, there's always an image section. So this image will help the article show, right? This image can show. And we live in an AI world now. So AI reads all of this online and text. So it's very important that we describe or give it guidance on what exactly we're writing about. Yeah. Okay. So right now it is currently uploading. You can click on cancel and then it will go back to upload it again. Or if the image has already uploaded, you just click on this. Roy, let's try and delete. Clear. Right? Or you can download or re-upload another one. So you can just close it. Yes. All right. Please, are we? Mm. So it's a cross section of that. Yeah, you need to add an image. Yes. Do you have to have an image? Every article will have an image. Yes, we're getting to that. of images. All right. So the next is our body content. Right. One image. So that's what I want to explain now. So essentially, this image that you uploaded here, if we go to newsletter, right? Roy, let's click on newsletter. the newsletter website, this image that you've uploaded, it is going to appear as the cover of the article that you're writing. So that image you upload is the main one. Like Madam's picture here now was uploaded as the main one, as the cover image. Now, let's click on any of the articles, Roy. Preferably one that has multiple images. While that is opening, let's go back to the edit page. All right. So now you're asking about uploading multiple images. The first one you upload is your cover image. Now the next one, this field is where you now write the text, right? Let's say you've already written it in Word documents, you just copy it or you want to start typing it out. Bad moi, no problem. You just write, you just come here and as you're writing your article, you want to upload the multiple, you can just click on this image here and then it will tell you to upload. So Roy, let's try uploading an image. You see, click on it. And then it gives you again. You can now upload another picture. So you can upload multiple pictures in the body of your article as you are writing. So I don't know if is it clear? Does it make sense? And every time you must write, the slogan, you can give your image a caption too, right? Just the same way if you're like reading a newspaper and you see an image and you see a small text under, that's what caption is. Yes, that body captures the article. So the way you write a block, paragraph, image, paragraph, image, paragraph, image, you can just continue that way. Okay, let me, I'll answer the question. But let me just go back. Roy, cancel it. Let's try and add the image again. So now this is the body of our text that we are writing. Close this one. Remove this. So we now want to start writing. We want to add multiple images. We'll just come here and click on image and then upload another image again. So once you click on image here, this will come up. You rush to this one was quick. Close. Go back.
Because they have a lot of guests here today, so our time for lunch is 3. So we'll break by 3, please. I'll just share the task now. You go for your lunch, and then we come back and continue. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, yeah, enjoy. We'll continue it. Okay, no problem. Exactly. All right. So let's just go for lunch. Yeah. Go. The image. Yes, please, ma. Okay, yes, ma. Please, the question. Okay. Should have. Okay, so how many paragraphs should the body have? Honestly speaking, there is no limit. We don't have any limits. However, we are as normal people. If the thing is too long, we will not read. So as much as possible, just try and make sure that it's consumable. There's no limit. 500 words. Yes. Take it to story. Okay, so where's the story written? Like where is it? Maybe on Word document. Yes. So you just copy the text. You just copy it and then come to Roy. To the edit. Go to the edit here. Okay, no, let me show you. So scroll. You see this place now? We can just copy and paste the text here. So maybe Roy, try copying any text from anywhere and just pasting it here. So you just paste it here, right? Maybe just an article's text. Or it will still, let's say I have this written. I will just copy it. So copy it. All right. So Control C. I want to post this one. I'll just copy it. I want to put this first paragraph, right? Then I'll come here and then click inside here, the body of this thing, and then paste it. Roy, we already. Where are we going now? What happened? The internet? Okay. Just cancel the upload if the internet is. Just cancel it. So you come here, click inside, and then paste. It's not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. No. So I guess the question you're asking is that I was just showing how to add an image. So that place now is where you write your article, Gongon. So you can start writing your article, and then you now, in the between, you just put an image, upload an image, then continue with text. Yes. So you get, so it's just what we are supposed to do logically is to start writing. Like, this is a boy, he goes to the paste it. Then we upload an image after that paragraph, then text, then paragraph, text, just to that place. Mm. Mm. Okay. Yes. Yes, you can. You can add a link under your article. Of course, of course. It will always be subject to approval. Because whatsoever thing that is done here, once you click on send, it goes to HQ's table, and the HQ has to read through, confirm them before it goes live on the website. Is our internet back? Or do we just go for lunch and try and sort? Okay. Okay. All right. All right. So we'll sort out the internet and we'll continue once we come back from lunch. Thank you. Let's try not to forget the one we've learned. No problem.
Praise the Lord.
Yes.
So as low, can we please put our phones? Tell all our callers to hold on first, that we are about to go into the another business. So are we happy with our lunch? Okay, so you're welcome back from lunch. I'm going to invite Mr. Inos. Okay, you're here to continue from where we stopped so we can take the process of going into the newsletter and complete it. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon again, everyone. Let me see a launch field. Good afternoon. Yes. All right. All right. So we're just going to pick off from where we stopped. We're almost done. We're almost done. So let's just hold on for the technology team to get our screen back. But just I think we are back. We're still logged in. We should still be at the portion where we are writing our articles. Like we've put in the title, we've put in the cover image, we've generated our URL slug, and it's now time for us to actually write the article or the body that will carry the text and images that we are going to be posting. Yeah. So let's just show us. But I think at the moment, what will help is I believe everybody has maybe an article that they are already, that you've already written down. You can just copy and paste it. That's what we are going to use. Okay, awesome. All right. So just holding on. Roy, Alpha. Okay, awesome. Okay. So let's just continue. All right. So if you just open your laptop, sorry, your signature. Where? No, 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 no. It should be a mistake. Okay. Oh, you put it there. Okay, you're writing an article under FCT. Okay, under FCT. Interesting. Okay, it's all right. We're using this as an example but your signature is there because you uploaded the image. All right. So, but you can remove it. You know how to remove it exactly. Can remove it. So we're using the FCT account as an example. That's why you have two articles there, essentially. So if you come under your state, you just click the article, the one that we're editing, right? I just want to believe, is everybody here? Is everybody on this page? Okay, awesome. All right. So we can continue. All right, so let's scroll. Let's continue. So we feel that our URL, sorry? Okay. Raf, please come and check. Yeah. Okay, so we filled all of this. Let's just go. We skipped the approval status. We'll come back to that. The approval status is the last thing that you do. I'll explain it. But essentially, let me just explain. The approval status, we have two statuses. You either have it as draft or you send for approval, right? I believe I'm looking at the screen. So when you finish writing, at the moment, as you're typing, the article is under draft, right? So you can just save it as draft and then continue typing and writing your article. When you are ready to send to approval for approval, then you just change the status to ready for Abuja review. And then it will be sent for HQ to be able to approve it, and then it will go live on the website. There's a preview page. So, Roy, let's preview our work to see what we have done so far. So did you see where he went to? Have you seen the preview? Okay. Go back to the editor. At the top there, you will see live preview. So once you click on live preview, it will show you what your article will look like by the time it is posted. So this is the cover image like we saw, and we don't have any text yet. So for now, all we have is this, the cover image showing the newsletter edition that it belongs to, the category it belongs to, and you can see the caption or the slug we gave our image. So basically, this is how it will appear. So you can switch to view what you are doing on how it will appear on the website and then go back to the editor. All right. You can see how it will look on mobile if somebody is scrolling on it on the mobile phone, and then also on the desktop. Right. So we'll see how useful this is by the time we start writing in the main body, like the main article. Right. Because that's where you'll be arranging text, then image, text, then image. So you'll be able to see what it will look like. So let's scroll to our body text entry field where we were before. Just scroll. All right. So this is where you put the main content, the text itself of your article, right? So you copy it. The way we will do our own is that we'll arrange it a paragraph, then an image, then a paragraph, then an image. So this is our article. We're going to copy the text. It's a Word document. We are just copying the text. We've already written it. It has been approved by whoever needs to approve it. So we are just copying it, logging into our dashboard, and then are we having network issues again? All right, and then we just paste. So I just copied the first two paragraphs. Now, after this, I will now go down and then add an image in this section. Right, so paragraph, image, paragraph, image. Yeah. Right. So add. You know, you can arrange, you can put an image before the, no, the icon shows. So like, for example, you upload the image again. So it's the same process when you upload an image. You put in that alternative text is the same text that is describing what's happening in the image. So dignitaries, let's fill our own. We'll say dignitaries at the Delegates Leader Summit 2026. Dignitaries at delegates are okay at Digital Leader Summit 2026. So now, when you click to upload your image, right, we're in the body, you still have to give it all those captions, the slug, just the same way you did for the other one. So that's what we're doing, right? So you input it, and then for the caption, you give it a caption, like the way you will be reading a normal newspaper and you see caption, or you post on Instagram and it has a caption or a word under it, or on Facebook. So you can give it just that nice caption and say, it can still be the same thing. It's just basically you're captioning the image. We'll see how it will show. So once you're done, you see that it's already added to the text now. I can now still continue writing my article. I can come under this text again and then still add another paragraph. right? So let's just add another paragraph to it. Then we'll preview it and then we'll see how it is looking like. So you can switch between the editor and the live preview to see what people will actually see and what you are doing at the same time. So before you now send. So now I'm not going to copy the rest of our article, come back to our body here, then paste it, right? So let's preview to see what it looks like. So you see we did paragraph, image, then another paragraph again. So let's preview to see what the entire article looks like or what we've done looks like. So you see our cover image, it shows first. Then we have our first paragraph. Then we have the image. Then we have the caption is there. Then we have the next paragraph. So you can just break down the article that way. So that way you know you're arranging paragraph, image, paragraph, image, paragraph, image, right? You can preview how it looks on mobile so that you just see. So this is how it will look on mobile. You know, we're asking how many paragraphs, so you can see how long the article is. So you can see that if it's too long, it's too stressful. You know, it might be a lot of. So you can just use this to gauge and say, okay, let me limit the text and all of that. Okay. All right. So let's just add one more image to this our article, just to show what it looks like. Scroll again. So take note that this place is rich body content is essentially where you are writing your article. So we want to add another image again. We'll come down the next line, click on image right there. And then it's bring this box up. So we upload another image. Let's just upload one more. So you can actually add multiple images to the body of your content itself. It's just that first of all, you have to define what your cover image is. Once you define and you upload that, then you can add more and more and more, as the case may be. Yes. So what's the sorry?
Since we are in this section of uploading image, I wanted to ask, because we are told to use a GPS camera to take some of all these pictures because it has timestamps. So is it compulsory that if we are uploading any picture on this space, it should be a timestamp picture? Is it compulsory?
I think maybe
Madam Felicia is not here. I wanted to direct the question to her.
It's not compulsory, to be honest.
I know. Okay. Timestamp. Okay. All right. That's clear enough.
Okay. Okay. All right. So it mustn't be. It mustn't be. It should be relevant to the article and exactly what you're trying to communicate or report, in a sense. That's the key thing. And then you describe the image with SEO text. And then you describe the image with the right caption for SEO. I think that's pretty much fine, right? I think that's okay. Okay. So the thing is that for that crediting, you notice when these accounts that signed up with the email and the password, you notice the person puts the full name. That's the person that is going to appear as the author, because that's the communication officer for that state. Okay. Okay, I see. Communication officer. Okay. All right. I think. Okay. Okay. I don't know, Mr. CJ. Would you want to shed some light on that? Yeah, we'll be in the right position to.
So each and every communication officer will be developing his story and send it maybe through the communication officer of the SPI CU. So can you credit yourself on every story you wrote as a communication officer? Maybe, let's say I'm communication officer of RWASA. I wrote a story about RWASA. So can I credit myself on the story?
Is the author.
Yes. There's byline.
Yeah, name it.
Newspaper, yes.
This one NTA News. That's how you always any story that you write, your intellectual property.
Yes.
It's bought, it belongs to them.
Yes, sir.
They're writing for them. So I would think if your name, even if by maybe right, so always so far the person is right.
The writer, yes.
So I think best practice is your name.
Okay.
Unless the organization specifically says we are it has to be blanket across board.
Because in the conventional media, when we are issuing press releases, we have to write our names.
That's best practice.
In the conventional media, yes.
Unless your organization specifically says for
You should not
reasons
do
known
that.
to them that they want a okay, let me give an example too. Like I said, for the World Bank, on our blogs, blog pages, we always put the profiles of the writers.
The writer, yes.
But for featured stories, we don't put anything. Any names.
Okay, for future.
Don't put names. So it's just there's no space to say who wrote it or not. It's just a story that the bank just owns it as it's a World Bank story. So yeah, but for this, I believe it's best practice to put your name. There's a space in the thing where you can authored by, right?
Yes.
So authored by.
At the moment, it picks the author, the person who is using that email, the person that was invited. Yes. So that name of the person on the profile, that communications officer is what it is.
Yeah.
But you can add a line under it that, it's from RWASA, as the case may be, so that the editor will know that, okay.
Okay.
It's that profile, the meaning profile. Is it
we limited it. But yeah, it just picks the profile. It's not
Okay. That wrote it. Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you very much.
He can, so the profile already carries the name and the author. So in this case, you're most likely saying that, for example, Imo State, your password now, it's tied to your account and is your full name. So, yes, but from what? Name, not your own. So what we can do in that case is that when he's uploading the article, at the end of it, you can write the person's name under the bottom. Still in that. Let's go to the, yes. So let's go to the editor screen. So that by the time it gets to HQ, they're aware that, even though this article is coming from you or Mr. Clinton, they can look at the person that actually wrote it at the end of it. Yes, at the bottom of the text, just add that line there. Name of the person and the organization. So that they are aware that, okay, this is where it's coming from. Then we can just edit it and then post it live and it will be your name instead of the editor's name. Yes. Just scroll to the edits. Roy. Scroll to the edits. Okay. All right. So maybe at the end of the article, you can just write the name. Let's just say written by Richie from TM Labs. Let's just write it there. Written by Richie from TM Labs. So I think there was another question about SEO. You can reported by exactly. It depends on you. If it's a report, it's a report by. If it's written by. Sorry? Who?
Now, considering the fact that every message is being sent by the communication officer in charge, it always bears the name of the communication officer when reported. So he was suggesting that what if he is not the person that wrote that report and it needs to carry the author? So we unanimously agreed that hence there is no better space or provided for such. At the bottom of the text, it should now become like this at the bottom of the text, that reported by so person with maybe the designation or the organization, so that they will know that it was actually reported by. Yes.
Yes, so at the end of it,
Yes.
definitely you put that reported by.
Yes.
And you can either put it on down the byline or you put it up.
Okay.
You know, like if I'm reporting now and I said SURWASH in Ogoja, then underneath it by Felicia Ngaji.
In this
the
case
guideline.
now,
So if you send it to me, I am not working on your main report.
Okay.
I'm not changing anything on your news item. So just like if somebody from the IA send it to you, you're not going to change it and put your name. It's just the way the person sent to you. Definitely the person's byline is carrying his name. So we are all reviewing, just reviewing and pushing to me. And then if I review, I won't touch anything. I will also publish if I found out from you that you have gotten consent. Maybe I've seen data there that I'm not so sure of. I saw figures that I'm not so sure of. I will just call you and ask you these figures. How did you get them? And if you did not reference the source of your data, I will tell you to recall the piece and reference it before you push it back again to me, then I publish it.
It's okay.
So even me that is clicking publish, my name is not going to show that it's Felicia that published it. The source takes the credit. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, ma'am, just one question, please. Before you came, we were talking about the photograph. I know we're told that we should install GPS camera to have timestamp and all that. But they also said that it's not necessary that we must use a GPS timestamp photograph that we can snap with normal photograph. I wanted to get a clearance from you. Is it okay? Okay, thank you.
The good photograph that the image is clear that you can copy and you have a caption for that image.
Yes, the consent. Consent and is relevant to the story. Thank you. All right. Okay, thank you, ma. Okay, so Roy, we can go back to our editor. All right. So moving forward, we've put in our text, we've previewed it, we've seen how it is right. The next section is to write a short summary of the article, right? Just something that explains it, right? How do I put this now? So let's open a new tab and let me explain what this SEO thing is, because I think I had a question about it. Open a new tab and search for SURWASH Ekiti. Just SURWASH Ekiti. Okay. Now, you see that small summary, this line that appears here, this small two-liner here, or this small summary here, just these first 3 lines. That's exactly what we want. That's what we mean by short summary. It's just something that, when you search scroll, when you search Google for anything or article, there are like the first 3 or 4 lines that will show for each of those. So that's what we mean by a short SEO expert. And essentially, SEO means search engine optimization, right? And a search engine is essentially Google. Anytime you type here, that's search engine. So we're optimizing the article to be able to appear with these links when it shows up. That's why you're typing that small summary. You can even carry your entire article and put it inside AI and say, give me a short SEO summary. And it will just give you a 3-4 liner that you can put and enter inside that place. So I don't know if it's explanatory. It's very clear. All right. So we'll just put in, maybe this is a report from a recently conducted delegate. What's her name again? Digital Leaders Summit. Thank you so much. DLS 2026. A short summary of digital DLS 2026. All right. Well, recently concluded Digital Leadership Summit 2026. And then we have, that's fine. That's fine. So it should not be more than 4 lines, 4 sentences. Just something brief, just a summary of the article itself. Yes, yes. So like a conclusion, a summary of the article. And then, yes. So then, okay. Then we can now select the publish date. All right. So essentially, you can set the date when you expect the article to go up, right? You can just set the date and say, okay, so time, so date is when I'm expecting the article to go up specifically, right? I think that's just simple and clear cut. If you want it to go up the same day, you can push, but of course, if it's not approved the same day, it will have to go up whenever it is approved. However, it's still best to just set the date that you expect the article to go up. So I can write an article today, and I expect that maybe it will go up by next week, Friday. So I would say, okay, I'll just leave that and save that way. Then once we are done writing the article, setting the date, you can just go through, cross-check to see all that you have, and then you come back to this approval status and you click ready for Abuja review, right? Once you select ready for Abuja review, it means you are ready to send it to Abuja for a review. You've reviewed it, you've looked at everything, and you're now ready to send it to Abuja for review. And essentially, maybe zoom out or scroll. Once you select that you sent it for Abuja to body review, then it shows up in Madam Felicia's email. She gets a notification that, oh, this person has sent this for review, and then she can be able to view it on her end and then approve it, and it goes live on the website. But in the meantime, you can always come and edit. If you save it to drafts, please, can we have one house? If we have questions, we can ask it out. So everybody, yes. No.
For my boss,
yes,
to look at it before sending to Abuja for approval.
Writing, and you want to you set your publish date or approval date based on when you know your boss will be able to have time to look at it before you send it out. Because some might take 2 days, some might take 3 days before you get him to be able to go through it and give you final approval before you can push it for further review and publish. Because the moment it gets to us and we confirm with you that you're okay with what you have sent, and maybe there is nothing to worry about in terms of data that we need to reference and all of that that you didn't do. If I publish it, that means we'll blast it. All the mailing lists, both Nigeria, everywhere will get that news item. So that's why we tread with caution to get those checks before it gets to that point of blasting it. Thank you.
I would also like to suggest that before you come to start filling the article, get your approval. So that once you come, you're just filling it and sending to HQ for approval. So that way you don't, because if you take it now and you show your boss, you have to edit it here before you send it again. Yes. Yes.
Please, after completing the yes, where do we send it? Where do we click to send it?
So once you click on ready for Abuja review, if you've already sent it essentially, once you change the status, there's no other thing to.
Nah, not ready.
So state level, and you click on
Ready for Abuja.
for, yes, you've already sent it.
Yes.
On that approval discussion we are having, like in my office, we have an editorial committee because we discuss something like this, one of our meetings, to make it faster. And in that committee, we have the technical officers, the engineers, the geologists, so that we review the technical terms, the data from their own side will be confirmed. My boss made it so that it will be easier for the communication officer, so that everything that is put out there is endorsed by all the technical staff involved in that project. And that's what we are doing.
Presentation this morning. What we had some very key focus core words. Yes. Set plan, draft, create a strategy that will be very, that you can run with. Exactly. And so before you even get to this level, it is believed that you can do some draft on a sheet and discuss with your team. And you people can sit together and look at it and critique it and try to reference when necessary. Maybe you've quoted some data there on how many beneficiaries have been able to serve in your state, and you're not very clear. You confirm with the M&E officers. Then maybe there is a stakeholder engagement that was done and you were not there, you were not sure. You work with the E&S to get that right, and then get the PC to look at it. There are some level that will take you to even meeting with the implementing agency's head. If it has to do with small town, you definitely talk with the small town head to get those approvals.
That is true.
So that whatever you publish, nobody would deny you.
Exactly.
And say that you didn't get approval. Exactly. Thank you.
Just to mention, if you're not ready for Abuja review, you can just write your article and just leave the status under draft. If you go and you come back, it will remain here. So it will just be under draft. Like the one we were doing before we went for lunch, it was under draft. By default, it's under draft. So once you come back, you see all your information, you continue. Only when you're ready to send, you just push to send for Abuja for review. And then the last one, automatically, once Abuja has approved it, when you come back and click, you will see that approved head of comms by head of comms. Okay. So the feature as a hero post essentially is when it's published, it will appear as one of the most recent posts. I actually spoke about that. Maybe Roy, you can just show what a hero post is. Just feature as hero post. Maybe go to the newsletter website. So essentially, when you select it on, you are saying that let it appear here. Because, at the moment, These are the featured ones, the ones that we have available. If you click on view full edition, it will now take you to view all the other articles. But if your article is not, if you didn't click as select to feature as hero post, it will not show as part of this. It's only when the person clicks view full edition, then they will now see your article as part of the general list, essentially. So I don't know if that's
that maybe to be clearer. You know, like when we have maybe a program where the commissioner has all his, the governor with all his, with all his commissioners are holding a meeting, and then it has to do with your program. And so to me, that can be an hero post, because you want to show your governor. That shows that he's committed to what you're doing in the state on this program, and you want to give it a highlight. Maybe you're laying more emphasis on that point, that activity or that event. So you can click on that and it will come as hero post. Because when, like, you get the last time we visited Plateau, when the global director came to Plateau, that's a hero post for us. That's a hero post for us. And so if you go through, you will see that his picture is there. And if you click on his picture, then it takes you to the main news, telling you what happened, why he came, what happened, how he visited Jos University, what he did. And then you get the further down, you get all the stories that happened. Yes, so you can see it there. Okay, you see this? If you come to Abuja and you want to publish something that has to do with my minister, definitely you will need consent from the director of protocol, press and protocol. Governor, it's your state. The PC should be able to give you consent if you can post it or not.
And what I just want to say is that because we are the focal persons as communication officers with the password and everything, our job has now been expanded. Our job has now been expanded from our normal IAs. I think that's what it means. We now have to delve beyond our IAs.
Of course.
Even to the ministry,
Of
our
course.
supervisory ministry.
Of course.
To make sure most of all these events, we are aware.
Yes.
Even if we are not aware, that we must be informed, so that for the purpose of uploading it to the SURWASH website, because some of all this involves water.
You know, using that word must.
So
it's not the right word.
No, but
because it's not a must that you be invited to that meeting. We've been to a meeting in Taraba. It was time for the SSG to talk to us as a team that visited Taraba. He asked all the media people to leave.
So that should be off record.
Yes. And so if your preview to have a tip of whatever was discussed in that meeting through your PC, then it's okay.
It's all right.
Yeah. It won't give you any information. That means it is private. Okay. So you leave it as it is. But if your governor comes to Abuja and attend our meetings, and after listening to my minister, and he said, I am willing, I've looked at my state work plan, and I am willing to commit 40 billion naira to ensure that this work plan is executed, or every activity there is implemented to the latter. That's a national news for us. And definitely you will get it, because trust newspapers, media people will be around, they will capture it. So when you get that information, it is left for you to try to look at it and now bring in your state approach, perspective into it, and now quote where that reference, quote the reference where he made that statement and said this, and you can also publish it on your web
that's why I said our role as communication officer has gone beyond our INs, has expanded.
If you hear what I said earlier, I said it is now I will know if you're working.
Yes, you are right. You are right. Because
So
the government,
thank
anywhere
you.
it goes, it can make a policy statement.
We are not rounding up, we are not leaving. But we have a very important guest in our midst, the co-TTL of this program. Yesterday you were opportune, you saw the TTL who came to give an opening remark. Today we have the co-TTL that wants to give us a closing remark. And so we just sit down and give her some time to talk to us, and so that she can go and continue her other official engagement. Then we'll continue with our question and answer. Thank you so much. So can you put your hands together for her?
All right.
You're not clapping, no. They are the ones that made this to happen, no.
Thank you, Madam Felicia. I think it's evening. Good evening, everyone. Wow, how has it been the last 2 days? Very engaging. I got that feedback, and I think it's been a long time coming. I think the participants from the first 7 states will know that this is something that we have spoken, or Madam Felicia has spoken about for a while. So I would like to welcome the new states that are just coming on board to the program. My name is Judith Womet. I may not have met some of you. I'm a senior water supply and sanitation specialist. And as Madam Felicia said earlier, the co-tax team leader for the program. I wanted to hear a few reflections from you, or some of your thoughts from the well-facilitated, very rich content training that has been ongoing in the last 2 days. I don't know if I can have one male volunteer and one female volunteer, maybe one person from two people from the old states and one person from a new state. Just something very quickly that stood out to you that you're gonna hit the ground running with as soon as you get back to your states. So let's have 2 people from the old states, the older states, and one person from the new states, very quickly.
My name is, first of all, welcome, madam. Very happy to see you with us. My name is Patrick Omagumi from Delta State. The workshop have been very enlightening. For instance, I particularly took interest in the ethical reporting. Before now, I didn't know some pictures, and so without consent can land you in serious trouble. Although I know the law of defamation, libel, and all that, but without getting the consent of certain persons, you take the picture, may put in serious trouble. And so may be harmful to the person's reputation and that. Like we discussed about open defecation and so many, nobody will allow you to take picture or even get consent from somebody who is defecating publicly to allow you to put his picture there. So that was a good one.
Fantastic.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Thank you.
And the digital aspect, as which we met us, we are studying, I also learned a lot. And I believe my colleague too learned many. So on the whole, it's a very good workshop. And we encourage more of this so that we will be updating ourselves with the information super high. We know it evolves every day so that we'll catch up on time. So thank you very much. I want to thank Madam Felicia and everyone for putting this together. We hope that next time we will have up to 1 week training.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I'm glad that you found that very useful. I don't even want to hear from someone else. Plateau. I thought you had something to say. Imo. Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, OTTL. We're happy to have you here. We also use this opportunity to thank Madam Felicia for putting all this together. We have indeed been impacted really great. This knowledge we're having today, if we were paying for it outside, it would have been something else. Right now, I can actually publish a story so easily. My content has been developed. In fact, let me not.
Fantastic. So we look forward to seeing the impact of this in the reports that we get from Imo State. Thank you. Can we hear from a lady? How about that's Kaduna? Can we have from one new state? She's Kaduna, so she's one of us. See that? Oh, Bauchi. Where are Bauchi people? Is it? Those are my people. Can I have Bauchi or Jigawa or Taraba? But I want a lady, please. Let us be inclusive. Let's hear what she thinks, and to be sure that her voice she has not been told don't speak.
You're welcome,
Good
ma'am.
evening.
I'm happy to be here. Actually, this training, I learned a lot. Because with what we
Do you
learned
want to put
here,
this? Do you want to put the mic?
what we learned here today, yes, from yesterday to this hour, I will go back to my state with confidence and boldness. Any story, any news whatsoever, I can publish it. I know the rules. And let me use myself for an example. I've been posting pictures on our Facebook platform without people's consent. So since yesterday, I've been thinking, if they sue me now, my commissioner will deny me. Hands up. My pamsel will say, I don't know her. So with this knowledge now, I know before uploading any picture of anybody, I have to take or give that person consent form to fill before uploading anybody's picture. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And I'm really glad to see the impact or the lessons, your reflections of what you have learned. So I just want to thank all of you for staying the course. It's been 2 days of very intense presentations and very hands-on training. I want to especially thank the facilitators of the training. So we had different facilitators, Mrs. Tosin Larry Kolade, Mrs. Funke Olufon, Neil Tabasi Egbe, Mariam Laushi, my colleague, Patrick Schindler, whom we met in Brazil and was gracious enough to take that session on stakeholder engagement, as well as Takeout Media, who is supporting the FPCU. So as we bring the workshop to a close, I just want to thank everyone for your active participation and commitment over the past 2 days. Although I have not been able to be present throughout the workshop, as you have said, and I have also gotten the feedback that it's been very positive, in terms of the quality of the discussions, the exercises, and the hands-on work that I also met you doing this afternoon, and particularly the enthusiasm. You've been very engaged. You've demonstrated by all of you. For us, I think it gives us confidence that this workshop has achieved its objective. And this is strengthening the capacity of you, the communication specialists, to communicate the impact of the SURWASH program more effectively. So some of you may already have been writing reports and things, but you have knowledge to do it better. I think it will be good to reflect on a few things. One thing is that communication is not an add-on, right? It is not an add-on to a program implementation that we do. It is a critical tool that helps us to demonstrate the results, share lessons, and build support for our work. When people don't know what we're doing, they don't think that we're important. You know that. So we talk about visibility a lot. We are not trying to be visible because we just want to be out there. We want to make sure that we are telling impact stories of what we are doing under the SURWASH program. So thinking about every water scheme rehabilitated or sanitation intervention achieved or every life improved really by what we are doing under the SURWASH program, whether it is an institutional wash in a healthcare facility or a school or in the households, whatever we are doing within the community. It represents a story that is worth telling, right? So whatever we are doing in our state, another key takeaway is the need to move beyond reporting activities to communicating impact, right, under the program. So our stakeholders, as I said, they need to understand how our interventions are transforming communities and improving the lives of the people that we serve through the program, whether you're delivering in the urban or small towns or rural areas. And I'm encouraged because basically you have formed a community of practice, right? We now have a new network of communication champions from this workshop. Are you not champions? So the workshop has brought you all together across federal and state levels. So the success of these newsletters that we will start to deliver is not going to depend on the technology, or the things that have been said, right? It will depend on our collective commitment to consistently generate and publish quality content, right? With all of the lessons and all of the guidance and knowledge that we have received in the past 2 days. So I'd like to encourage all of us to put this knowledge and the skills acquired into practice and become active contributors to documenting and sharing achievements, innovations, and lessons emerging from the program. Because when you share the story, let's say in Taraba, it can help Abia, right? You don't need to reinvent the rules. They can know that, oh, Abia had this challenge and they were able to address it in this way because you have read an impact story. And then the engineers or the sanitation officers or water quality officers who are dealing with an issue, they know what state to reach out to and who to reach out to get help with what they want to do. So once again, I'd like to thank the facilitators and the organizing team. Please, let's put our hands together for Madam Felicia and CJ. I think they worked night and day on this matter. You know, at a point I was like, is this thing going to hold? But we are here today and it has held. We are getting to the end of the second day. I want to really thank you, Madam Felicia, for consistently trying to push this agenda. And I'm glad that you have an enthusiastic team of people that you can lead to deliver this for the SURWASH program. Thank you so much. And so all our partners as well, Takeout Media, members of the FPCU that I also saw in the meeting, and the the technical team at the back that helped with seamless communication, and particularly the ability for Patrick to be able to deliver his own session to us. So I just want to thank you all and just let you know that the work starts now, right? So it's not, we didn't come to Abuja for 2 fancy days. We came to get knowledge so that we can do things differently. Some of you already have stories. So we'll begin to put those stories together with the knowledge that we have to make sure that we are selling impact stories. We all know that our sector is not the favorite, right? But we need to show the value that we bring, right? If you don't have water, can you literally do anything? No. So we need to tell impact stories. We don't want to hear about the borehole, how many diameter borehole that was drilled. It doesn't mean anything if people are not getting service from it. So let's look out for those stories. Let's pick up the stories that we have kept in the shelves. With the knowledge that we have, we can improve those stories and put them out there. Thank you all. I wish you all a safe trip as you go back to your various destinations, but we will keep engaged. CJ is here, Madam Felicia is here. Let's keep the stories going. We are going to make the program visible, not because we just want to be out there, but with the stories of the lives that we are transforming, one day at a time, but we'll get there. Thank you.
Mark, please, can you give us another 1 minute? Madam Punke and CJ, please, can you come forward and take a picture with our co-TTL before she leaves? Then the ministry team, please, get ready. Those from the federal, please get ready and take a picture with her. Yes, we have a camera. Yeah. Okay. Off it. Okay, thank you. Then we can back the screen now that is dark. It's okay, okay. All right. Please, Federal, just come forward. Ministry, NAP, CNC. Okay, sorry. Ministry, okay, I've just taken. Okay, so ministry join. Yeah. No, please. Yes, please.
You know about gender. That's fine.
So, Katina, please join the. Ministry has done. Katina, please. Okay. Taraba, Oya, move forward. Bauchi, come forward here. Okay. So go fast. Taraba fast. No, Taraba first. Plateau. Plateau, Oya, Benue. Bauchi. So that's Bauchi. Taraba has taken. Yeah, Bauchi. So Benue, Plateau, just get set. Don't take with her picture. Yeah. Okay, so Benue, move fast. Plateau, move closer. Imo, come closer. Give me her phone. Imo, come closer. Plateau, Oya, Imo. Gombe, can you come closer? Kaduna, come close. Abia, come closer because she's going out soon. Okay, next, please. No. Imo, Linus, leave that. Come and join. So Kaduna, get closer. Oya, Kaduna. Gombe, closer. Delta, please come closer. Delta, okay. Okay, Delta. So Ekiti, come closer. So Gombe, please. Oh God. Gombe, please. Ekiti, get closer. Araba, you take it. Okay. Ogun State, come here, one man. Okay, Ekiti. Abia, come out close. Come out here. Who is left? Okay. So Abia. Yes. Ogun. Only one person came for Ogun. Take out media. Please. Oh, where is Jigawa? Benway has done. Jigawa too was one person. Take out media. Okay. So take out media. Yeah. Okay, TTL, we want to say thank you so much for your time. We appreciate you coming. Thank you. All right. Thank you too. Thank you. Mm. Do we still have areas we need clarification? Do we still have any? Okay, there is for the new states. Please, this is information for you. I need you to get your boarding passes, your boarding passes, your tickets, those that had interstate travel. Please, I need that interstate travel receipt. And we are not doing it individually. We are doing interstate. Two of you came from a state. It's expected you travel together as one. Please, so I need those documents so that the accountant will be able to attend to you. And then also in the week of the 17th, I'm trying to get Humanitarian Global to do a free webinar for all of you, including your sanitation and E&S officers. But I think it's open for as many that can join that webinar. I'm preparing a mailing list. I will share with with them, and you'll be invited directly. They'll send an email to you directly. So you join that webinar on social and behavioral change communication. So I try to push to get that from them. They are based in Nairobi, Kenya. So I try to get that push with them. So they will do that free webinar for us to see if it's a program that on your state or from your state, you want to send your people to do a full course on that. But I know that let's start from somewhere and see how we can get the buy-in of our bosses to prepare a full training for you on social and behavioral change communication. Because we've gone beyond just talking communication and just reporting and writing. We need to know how to get the root causes of why things are not working the way they are ongoing in the state level. And so if we can learn how to speak to this consciousness of our beneficiaries or the people we are serving at the state, it will go a long way for us. So in the week of the 17th, I think any of those days, they will get the free webinar on that topic. So thank you very much. And I will plead that you try to join, because I got myself trained by them, and it was I didn't regret paying my money to get that training, because it's very good as a communication officer. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much, madam.
So do you still have we still have the takeout media people? Is there any way you still need clarification?
Yes, that's what I wanted to speak about. I know the digital man was telling us that he will teach us how to open a page or so in LinkedIn and Twitter. I don't think we have concluded that aspect yet. WhatsApp channel and all that. I think he was talking something about that. Opening the WhatsApp channel and Twitter and I think no, he was saying something like that. Yeah, for the purpose of I think you were saying something about that. You mentioned it now that I wait to work on 3. Yes.
You can answer that. So first thing first, it's not even about the channel itself. Is the creation of that email address, because we said don't create any of those channels with your personal information. So it has to be for the program, because you are going to share that information with Madam Felicia. So if you use your personal Gmail to create it, the day Madam Felicia is looking for free gist, she will log into your Gmail and be seeing all your other things that you are doing. So you need to do an account for the program, share the login of that Gmail with Madam Felicia, and use it to create all your social media accounts. The one for the federal, we created it. She has all the information. So any day she can log in there and see what is going on. So what you do is easy. You go on LinkedIn. Idara, we have a LinkedIn page for SURWASH and Fedra. Okay, great. So you go on LinkedIn, you can create a sub page under Idara, if I'm correct, you can create a sub page under the federal one. Then we already have a YouTube for the program. So I don't think YouTube is something you need to concern yourself about. X is just the way you open a normal Twitter account. You go there, they ask you for your key information, you input it, which will be your login details, your username, and all of that. Just please just come. If you check, for example, our account is SURWASH Nigeria. Is everybody here following us?
Sorry, just please, I'm sharing a feedback form now. I want you to please take your time and fill this feedback form for me. Thank you.
Our account is SURWASH Nigeria, right? On Instagram, for example. So what you will do is that when you create all your accounts across all the social media platforms, it should have a uniform name. It should have a uniform name. So you can do SURWASH.imo, SURWASH.Anambra, SURWASH.Ekiti, SURWASH.Katsina. If that should be your username on all your social media platform. Because the chances is that SURWASH, maybe at one point, overzealous people in your state may have created a SURWASH account with your state name. So do SURWASH dot, the name of the state, across all your social media accounts. Then use that Gmail that you have designated for the SURWASH to do your login details for recovery of the account and everything. Password. Typically, we advise people to keep your password simple. Have a symbol, a year, and a symbol, a number. It doesn't have to be a year. I'll give you an example. Example of a good password is hashtag SURWASH 2026, then in all caps, the name of your state. So the SURWASH can be in all small letter, the name of your state, capital letter. So hashtag, the symbol, SURWASH in small letters, small numbers, 2026 numbers, and then Ekiti in all caps as capital letter. You need the account to be secured. That's why you need to have a password like that. Because if not, someone can just guess your password. Don't go and put your password as 12345. Say so that it will be easy for me to remember. And all your accounts should have the same password. If you want to change anything, maybe if you do one 2022, the other one 2023, the other one 2024, just so there's a little bit of difference. But create the priority accounts we mentioned now. Say, for example, now in Ekiti, people have 15 groups on WhatsApp where you already talk. Create a community and add all the groups to that community. On WhatsApp, you can create a WhatsApp community and add all your groups to that one community. Because interestingly, somebody might be in a group that needs to be in another group, but they don't know that other group exists. So when you create a community, they will see it, then they can now request to join that group. Then when you now have people who need to stay informed, but don't necessarily need to contribute to the project, you cannot create a WhatsApp channel. The WhatsApp we're talking about, first of all, is to keep your stakeholders informed. Because for WhatsApp to work effectively, you need to have the people's number, the people you have their contacts, and your stakeholders. So the easiest thing to do on WhatsApp is to create the WhatsApp community, add all your groups to that community, and communicate there. Create your X account, and then create, what's the third one we said? Facebook also. Those are your 3 priority channels that you must create today. Facebook, WhatsApp community, and X. If you know you're already effective on some of these platforms, you can now add, sorry, we said no longer 3, 4. LinkedIn be the 4th one. And that's why I said for you to keep your LinkedIn simple, because most likely it's funders that will see what's happening on your LinkedIn. So just only publish the approved stories that have gone on your blog. So just copy it once it has been approved and publish there. Then for the rest of the social media platform, we've already shown you cheat code on how to have content to post twice a week. I explained it here. What you should capture, 5 shots you must get from every field visit, and how you should post it. I will still send that slide to Madam Felicia so she will share with all of you. So you can go back to it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Any other question regarding this social media or the blog sites?
Well, I want to believe that all
Sorry,
of us.
sir. Sorry,
Okay.
let me just interrupt a bit. Interestingly, what you post on your blog site after it is approved, you can even repurpose it for your social media. You can even repurpose it for your social media. So there's that.
So I want to believe that I'm not only speaking for myself when I say that I want to passionately appeal that all what we have been taught today, if everything can be packaged and sent to us on mail, it will help us a lot when we are reviewing it.
Felicia will send it out.
All right.
Everything together and send to her.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay. Yes, Amanda, I want to especially thank you. I've been hearing about you and I'll be looking forward to see you. You are a workaholic. You are a workaholic. I just hope that I'll be able to catch up with you. I'll have the strength to catch up with you. Thank you very much for collaborating this. And like what I told the other lady, next time when I want to attend, I want to make it 1 week. 1 week, yeah, so that I can learn more. Thank you very much, man.
So I think I'm happy that we ended up this section with laughter, that we are all laughing, because Mr. Patrick wants a 1-week training. We will write to Governor Sheriff to support us to get that done. So once again, I want to say thank you so much. Thank you to the World Bank for supporting us. Thanks to CJ, the communication specialist, for his time, his guidance, to get this out done. Thank you for Takeout Media for always being there to help us out, for their support. Thank you to the multimedia team for keeping us alive. And even when we have issues with Mr. Patrick, you were able to get a way out for him to do his presentation. We want to say thank you. Thank you. I'm very happy that we had the ministry, the CNC, and the National Action Plan, the Sanitation Coordination Unit, the P-WASH Secretariat. I'm so happy that we're able to involve all of us in this business, because at the end of it, like I keep saying, whatever we do now, we are not planning for just the now. We are planning for after SURWASH. Ekiti, please, can I have your attention? So we are planning for sustainable approaches that will keep us functioning after SURWASH, so that you will not say because SURWASH has ended, you will not keep your platform active again. So this information lives with you, and then you continue. Even other projects that you're doing is a learning curve that you also want to get the other people to learn from you. Like I also said earlier, I want to plead that when you go back to your state, each state has a login code, but we are not saying release that code to other communication officers. We are saying that when you get back to your various states, get a day out and let it be in a central place. Go into that platform and let them gain this knowledge that you have learned here today. Pass that knowledge on to them too, because nobody knows what happens tomorrow. So that anybody can step into that post and do exactly what you're supposed to do. But like we said, please guide your state login code so that people will not have access to be posting what we will not like on your page. And then also for CNC, I told her, I said, I'm happy that she's here for these 2 days. Now we will know what CNC is doing. And then for the ministry, at times I sit and I watch the ministry platform and I see reports of how the World Bank team visited the ministry. And I begin to we were not aware. But now I know that when such incidents or activities happened, you know how to log them into the web so that we will know what happens. So every news item, it's very important. As far as it is speaking to the people we are giving service and it's impacting life. So we must make our platform as visible as possible. Thank you so much. We thank everyone. We thank you for your concentration, for your dedication, your commitment for these 2 days. And I want to pray that as you go back to your state, you go back safely. We will not hear any bad news. Safety you came, safety you will go back and meet your families in one piece. So I want to say thank you for your time, and I hope that you won't let me down. So we have to work hard. Thank you.
Sorry, as we all take our leave, the representative from the following place, please, we will need you to wait behind Gombe, Katsina, Ekiti, Plateau, and Madam Felicia, FCT. Every other person you can take your leave. We need representative from Ekiti, Katsina, Gombe, Plateau, and FCT. So wait behind. It's a brief one. Ekiti, Plateau, Gombe, Katsina, and FCT, please.
For the new state, if you go back to, I've generated a mailing list based on our visit to the state, to the new state. We generated a mailing list, but we want to appeal that when you get back to your state, if you know there are strategic stakeholders that you want us to add to this mailing list, please compile that list. That's their names, their email and phone number, please, and send it back to me so that we can add them in the mailing list. Thank you.
Also, we are going to send an email addressed to Madam Felicia. She will be sharing it with you all, and any form of support using this platform, just send the support you need to the email with Madam Felicia in copy. If Madam Felicia is not in copy, it will not be true. Thank you all for joining us. Thank you all for joining us.